Back here home at Spillane Field on the Gatemen pregame show with Josh Richardson. I'm Cory Miller, getting set for Orleans at Wareham just in a little bit. But first, Josh, we talk about last night, a tough 13-7 loss for the Gatemen. Kind of an unconventional game, especially from the pitching standpoint. The first time all season that really the pitching struggled all 9 innings.
Yeah, the pitching's been great through the first 8 games of the season. The only outliers, top of the 8th against Hyannis opening day, top of the 4th against Chatham just 2 days later. Other than that, really setting up the offense to succeed. Most of the time that you put up 7 runs in a game, you're going to have a lot of, offensive success. You're going to win the game. That's just not what happened because YD continued to pour on runs through the 3rd, through the 6th inning. Really got out of hand.
Last night's game was not the first time we've seen offensive success from the Gatemen. They scored 7 runs. They've had some other great games like against Hyannis from the offensive standpoint, but really nice to see them really 1 through 9 click last night, especially against the top 2 pitching staff in YD.
Yeah, and some new guys really starting to get their first groove of the season. Caden McDonald had his first home run. Chris McHugh just got here, his 2nd game of this Gateman year, hits a home run in his 2nd game. So really seeing that offensive success, and the more that can just click for this team is going to be the better that they can move on forward.
Well, for more on last night's game and the state of the team, we'll send it down to Rayna Maggelet.
Rayna Maggelet joins alongside Nate Wallenhaupt and Joe McLaughlin. So guys, I wasn't here yesterday, but we had a pretty eventful game last night for both good and bad. Give me a brief summary of what I missed and what kind of Gateman fans should know about yesterday.
It was definitely a fireworks show, lots of hits. The Gatemen got 11, but unfortunately was not enough. But a lot of good positives. It was the Gatemen on Sunday against the Mariners. Their offense looked really stagnant, but in this game against the YD Red Sox, they looked really alive. Unfortunately, they just couldn't keep up with YD.
Nate, what did you gather from yesterday's matchup?
Pitching was in a tough position, but I mean, when you have that field and you have dead center 375, it's not easy to pitch in that type of environment, and they held it together. We had a really nice performance from Shea Went. He did a really good job yesterday. Went scoreless, and he was the only pitcher to go scoreless in that inning. So very nice job by Shea. And Ty Daly again, he went 4 for 5, and he had a double and 2 RBIs. He just keeps on killing it and keeps on driving the ball.
Last question to kind of wrap this up. We're going into tonight's matchup against Orleans, the first one of the season. We're back at home. What should fans expect to see from tonight's matchup?
I think, the Gatemen wants to bounce back here. Orleans batting 197 as a team this year. I think this is going to be a great night for our pitching. Carson Mayfield on the mound had a good start against Harwich last week, so I would expect the pitching to bounce back tonight, and I think the Gatemen could have a chance to roll away with a win.
Nate, what about you?
Coach Smythe was talking a lot about yesterday, the ball getting hit like line drives. He wants those line drives. He wants those infield hits. He's not really making the home runs an important thing. His big thing is always making sure the ball is driven so that way runs can be scored. Don't be swinging for the fences, be swinging to get on base. So let's see if they can accomplish that this evening.
Back to you guys. Thank you.
Rayna, thank you. We'll see everyone at first pitch tonight at 6 o'clock. Back here home at Spillane. With both of these squads coming off of losses in their last outings, Carson Mayfield gets the ball on the mound for the Gatemen. His first pitch to start the night against the DH Luke Nixon is low for a ball. As we welcome you back to Spillane Field alongside Josh Richardson, I'm Cory Miller. Second pitch, swinging strike as Nixon went around. It's 1-1. First pitch just before 6 o'clock here at Spillane Field. Again, Carson Mayfield, Cornell right-handed pitcher, getting the start for the Gatemen. Deals on a 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Mayfield's got 1 start so far this season. Cory, 4 innings pitched, 4 hits, just gave up the 1 run against Harwich, struck out 1, hit 1 batter as well. Just still trying to work out the kinks of some control, but then again, isn't everybody so far early in the season.
1-2 pitch to the NC State product, Luke Nixon, who is hitting 111 in 6 games for Orleans so far this summer. Counted 2-2. Guy with 295 for the Wolfpack this past spring. 2-2 pitch, hard hit to the right side and through the shift. A leadoff base hit for Luke Nixon. Brings up the first baseman, O'Shaughnessy, as we get a look at the rest of the Firebirds lineup behind him. Crossland, Levy, 3 and 4 behind him. Ikas, Salinas, Duggar, Covarrubias, and Williams round things out for the Firebirds. Shaughnessy looks at that first pitch, misses outside for ball one.
He's not going to swing it a whole lot, Corey. He's going to wait until he sees his pitch, find it and swing. Of qualified hitters for Orleans, leads the team batting average, on base, slugging, and OPS.
Nixon reached on a single. Now it's 2-0 on the Davidson product O'Shaughnessy. 9 games for the Firebirds, 258 average, a homer, 4 RBIs, 9 walks, 10 strikeouts, 2 doubles. After he lit it up at Davidson this past spring with the bat. In a 2-0 count as they check in over at Nixon at first.
Mayfield only had that 1 walk against Harwich. That was back almost a week ago. 5-2 win over the Mariners. You don't want to give up the free pass.
Second start, as Josh said, for Mayfield. The 2-0 pitch, high fly ball, left field. Rose will drift over and back a couple steps, settle under it for out number 1.
Mac Rose getting another start in left field, primary catcher. Of course, Levi Clark behind the plate tonight.
We've seen that rotation a couple of times where the guy who is not behind the plate plays in left field. We get a look at the rest of the Gatemen defense. Rose, Yost, Ritchie left to right. Stripling, Randall, Gargett, Daly. That's the infield third to first. And Levi Clark is behind the plate doing the catching for Mayfield, who deals outside. Runner takes off for second, delayed steal. The throw is in plenty of time. Gargett applies the tag, and Nixon is out.
I don't know if that was as much of a delayed steal there, Corey. I think Nixon thought that ball was going to get by Clark, but Clark did a nice job to recover that just to the right of home plate. Made a bullet of a throw down to second. Erases the leadoff base runner. Now 2 quick outs in the first here for the Gatemen.
All of a sudden, 2 quick outs. The 1-0 pitch, half-hearted swing by Crossland, and it's 1-1. And what you got to think the Gatemen are asking Mayfield to do as he deals here in the dirt, 2-1, is come up with the big start a day after the Wareham pitching staff allowed 13 runs. Again, Mayfield has been strong so far this summer across 2 outings, one of which was a start. The ERA is at 1.93. But again, trying to rein in what was an offensive onslaught yesterday. So we talked about in the open the first kind of poor performance wire to wire by the Gatemen pitching staff, which other than that's been strong. High pop-up into the outfield. Outfielders converging. Yost able to get there for out number 3.
That was close.
Yost, Ritchie, Gargett all converging. In the end, the Florida center fielder makes the call on the catch. After a base hit, 2 are retired, plus the caught stealing. Strong start by Carson Mayfield. Through a half inning, it's the Firebird 0, and the Gatemen coming to bat.
Wareham-based 80 Makepeace Company, founded in 1854, is North America's largest cranberry grower and recognized leader in environmentally responsible real estate development and land stewardship. For 171 years, 80 Makepeace Company has supported community events and organizations like your Wareham Gatemen. Visit 80makepeace.com to learn more.
Legacy Insurance has been servicing Wareham and the surrounding areas since 1980. Call Legacy Insurance for all your insurance needs at 508-295-1315. Legacy Insurance, your hometown agency. Sports Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen!
Run performance last night, this Gatemen group will head to the plate. They'll face Braden Krenzel, the right-handed pitcher on the mound, freshman out of Tennessee for the Firebirds.
This past year at Tennessee, 1.69, this season so far with Orleans, 1.69 ERA. He's played in 2 games, pitched in just 5 1/3. His last He was a relief pitcher, first one into the game, 4-2 loss to YD, pitched 3 innings, gave up 3 walks and a strikeout. This past year at Tennessee, 4.68 ERA, so pitching well so far this summer, but he's going against the Gatemen squad that's swinging a lot of hot bats early on.
Especially yesterday as we get a look at that starting lineup. A pair of lefties and Randall Ritchie lead things off. Ritchie moving back into the lineup after the day off yesterday. Fouling that first pitch off was Braden Randall, and it's 0-1. Randall has solidified his spot atop this Gateman order the past few games, waiting on an 0-1. Swing and a miss, it's quickly 0-2. We've seen a couple of different names in there, Shamar McDuffie, Chase Cruson, but the way that Randall has come on, the average up to 273, tied for the team lead with RBIs with 5. Seems like right now, if he's not getting a day off, it's his spot in the lineup to lose. 0-2 pitch outside.
Yeah, Randall, his last 3 games, has 4 of those RBIs, Corey. He had 2 doubles when he went 3 for 5 against Hyannis back last week. 5 hits in his last 3 games. He's swinging a hot bat. He's got some speed, too, so a good leadoff hitter here for Ryan Smythe.
Count now even at 2-2 against Krenzel. And there's the value he provides as a guy who can play both second and shortstop very well defensively, so can slide over depending upon who Ryan Smythe wants to get in at the other spot defensively. A 2-2 pitch. Full count now, Ty Daly waiting on deck.
Randall's only drawn 1 walk so far this season, Corey. Now a pitch away here. Good way to get on first. You don't even have to swing the bat.
Swinging here, lifting a high pop-up, drifting down the left field line. It'll make the seats. Yeah, again, the stat line somewhat unconventional for a leadoff man. You mentioned no walks, and not often you see the leadoff hitter tied for the team lead in walks. But Randall has produced with runners on at base, trying to get on base to start the Gateman half of the first, as they will do it again on the full count pitch. That one misses just outside, and there is the first walk of the summer for Braden Randall.
Good way to start it off for Randall. Get on first. Now you got Ty Daly, who just went 4 for 5 yesterday, Corey. Couple hits, had a double as well. Take advantage of these spots when you have the top of the lineup rolling.
That's the defense that this Gateman lineup is hitting against. Levy, Williams, Crossland in the outfield left to right. Salinas, Ikas, Covarrubias, O'Shaughnessy third to first. Duggar behind home plate. Catching for Krenzel, now facing Ty Daly, who, as Josh mentioned, swinging a red-hot bat, big swing and a miss. We've mostly seen him either in the 3rd or 4th spot this summer. The power numbers have been there in terms of extra base hits, 4 doubles, a triple, but still waiting on that home run. And listen, he had 4 hits yesterday, so why not have him try and get on base in front of Clark and now Ritchie? Randall started, then stopped. The pitch missed low, so it's 1-1 on Ty Daly.
With the bat that Clark is swinging right now, I think you have to have, Daly and Clark somewhere in that 2 to 4 range, usually hitting back-to-back. Smythe electing to put Ritchie in hitting cleanup today. He had yesterday off, but gets on base at a 290 clip.
Now a throw over checking in on Braden Randall. Dives back safely. Well, and listen, before yesterday, this was a Gateman squad that hadn't shown a ton of power early going in the season. But again, in terms of extra base hits, Daly has provided those. But still, he's getting on base no matter what. So continue to elevate him in the lineup to get him even more at-bats the way he's swinging. Average up to 324. Only trails Levi Clark and Caden McDonald, along with Gargett in that category. But Clark and McDonald have gotten far fewer at-bats than Ty Daly. The 2-1 now. Daly taking, stays outside, 3-1.
Well, you said before yesterday, Corey, and then the Gatemen got to play at Red Wilson Field. Team had only hit 2 home runs through the first 7 games of the season, and now hit 2 yesterday. Good way to show off the power.
Randall takes off for second. The throw down won't even matter as Daly draws the walk. So back-to-back walks open the Gateman half of the first, and 2 runners on for Levi Clark.
Good spot there from Randall. He got in safely, but good way to get a good look at Cashel Duggar's arm. His first game of the season for Orleans. So if you can get a good read on, how well he's going to be throwing down, maybe we see Randall go again later in this game. Kai Scargett at the bottom of the lineup. We know he has some speed.
Now here's Levi Clark, was 1 for 5 last night, hitting in the 3 spot in the order. Big swing and a miss on that first pitch. It's 0-1. We've seen the power from Clark. Only 1 home run, but he has had a couple that have almost left the yard, matter of feet away. And again, since he joined the squad from Tennessee, has been an instant catalyst, adding fuel to the fire for this offense. 0-1 pitch, got a piece of it, but still came up empty. It's 0-2.
Yeah, even after the 1 for 5 yesterday, he's still hitting 7 of 21 so far this year. So limited games played, only at 5. Today is 6. Had 3 hits against Hyannis, 2 hits, one of them being a home run against Harwich over the weekend. This is a big bat in this Wareham lineup.
Now an 0-2. Runners take off as that pitch is rolled foul.
Good hit and run look there. You're behind in the count. You have to protect the plate anyway. If you can get guys in motion, even if you chop a grounder, yeah, maybe you get the out at first, but you move 2 into scoring position, less than 2 outs. It's up to Clark to keep fighting now.
Clark, the righty, breaking up. 3 lefties at the top of the order. They'll do it again on 0-2, up and in. A little bit of chin music there, and Clark ducks out of the way. And it's probably refreshing for a guy like Clark, given how he really had to earn his playing time at Tennessee, given their deep roster, that he's come up here to the Cape, and whether it's left field or the catching spot, he's getting penciled in routinely day in, day out for the Gatemen so far. 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Krenzel strikes out Clark and gets his first out of the inning.
Well, he hit nearly 290 last year at Tennessee, Cory, in his freshman campaign. Those are numbers that you just can't make up. Had 9 doubles, 10 home runs. No doubt why he's hitting in that 3 spot. Good breaking pitch from Krenzel there to fool him. Now Richie with 2 on has to capitalize.
Hitting in the 4 spot today is Colin Ritchie. First pitch he sees from the righty. In the dirt, ball 1. We've seen Ritchie a lot in the 2nd spot in the order. He's stayed there fairly consistently. He's gotten a lot of at-bats this summer.
It really has just been that round robin. Daly, Clark, Ritchie. Who's going to hit 2, 3, 4?
Mixing and matching. There go the runners as that pitch is smoked into right center field. Williams on the run. He tracks it down, and he drops the ball. Around third is Randall. Daly on his horse. He's right behind him. The throw comes into second. Both runners score, and Ritchie slides safely into second.
Cory, the Gatemen got so lucky there, you might have thought that they just won the lottery. Oh, man. What could have just been a double play. Javar Williams drops it in center. Ty Daly was almost halfway to third base at that point. Braden Randall said, okay, well, you know what? I'm close enough to get back to second if this does get caught. Ty Daly was in no man's land. Williams drops it. They both come around to score. What a play for the Gatemen.
Bouncer to first by Yost. Flip to the covering Krenzel. Steps on the bag for out number 2 as Ritchie advances to third. Yeah, just a crazy play. Williams had a long way to go, but he had gotten there. Then just couldn't hold on to the ball. You mentioned it, Josh. You thought maybe Daly was going to overrun Randall and get called for an out. And then the throw came into second. So those 2 runs would have scored regardless, but the fact that then Ritchie slid under the tag.
Well, it just happened that Covarrubias was the cutoff man, and he saw Ritchie, sprinting over to second base to try and stay safe. And he thought, okay, well, I can get this quick out. I don't think he realized the positioning of where Daly was, because if he threw home, Daly would have been out by a mile.
1-0 to Caden McDonald, now the DH tonight. Was the DH last night as well, but second time this season. Last night, we'd seen him act as a DH and then a pitcher DH. Did the same against Hyannis. Took the loss in last night's game on the mound, waiting on a 1-1. But he also did pop a home run hitting .333 now on the summer. Unlikely, highly unlikely we'd see him back on the mound in the second straight game, so likely just penciled in as a permanent DH tonight. 2 runners in for the Gatemen. A 1-2 pitch now. Breaking ball stays outside.
And he's a good hitter, Cory. He was somebody that, nobody really saw these first couple games of the season. Smythe gave him a shot. Really hasn't looked back when he's at the dish.
2-2. Swing and a miss. So McDonald down swinging to end the first, but not before 2 runs come in to score. The fly ball by Ritchie, the drop by Williams. Randall and Daly come across to score the first runs of the game. And the Gatemen have an early 2-0 lead. You're watching all the action on Cape League TV.
You can dream it. If you can cruise in it. If you can summer in it, fish from it, or take it for a day at the beach, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group. Protecting the possible.
You can make any bat feel lighter by adding a velo puck knob. Instead of having to go get a whole entirely new bat, you can simply add the puck to it. Players can use this with any bat. It's basically going to shift the weight of the bat a little bit more towards the hands. Players are able to hit the ball a lot harder just by simply adding the puck on.
Greatly appreciate your assistance in honoring
Wareham-based AD Makepeace Company, founded in 1854, is North America's largest cranberry grower and recognized leader in environmentally responsible real estate development and land stewardship. For 171 years, AD Makepeace Company has supported community events and organizations like your Wareham Gatemen. Visit admakepeace.com to learn more.
Legacy Insurance has been servicing Wareham and the surrounding areas since 1980. Call Legacy Insurance for all your insurance needs at 508-295-1315. Legacy Insurance, your hometown agency.
The Gatemen jumped out to an early 2-0 lead in this one, thanks to Randall, Ty Daly, and Colin Ritchie. They played 2, so Carson Mayfield back to work in the top of the second. Levy, Ikas, Salinas, 4-5-6, due up for the Firebirds.
Cory, you look across the win streak that the Gatemen had. It spanned over 4 games last week, Tuesday through Saturday, and there was a common trend in 3 of them. It was score early and hold on to the lead. And the one time that didn't happen was against Hyannis. Team had to fight back, rallied 3-0, 5-3 down, came all the way back 1-12-6, but then really started to get away from that the last 2 games. Yeah, Levi Clark had that solo home run back against Harwich in the first, and then the Mariners scored too quick, and in the blink of an eye, that one started to really feel a lot more out of reach.
1-2 pitch to Levy's down low. And last night, listen, they had the lead a couple of different times, but YD scored first and ultimately won the battle of the offenses. But early 2-0 runs, you're in the driver's seat from the beginning, as opposed to having to play catch-up. They had to do that a few too many times, as it turned out last night.
Oh, it was the first pitch of the bottom half of the first, and Braden Dowd hits a solo shot out into left center. And at that point, you could tell, well, YD came to play.
Full count pitch, smacked into center field. Here comes Yost. It'll fall in front of him for a base hit. Luke Nixon began the top of the first with the base hit. Robbie Levy follows suit in the top of the second. So top of the first, top of the second, leadoff runner is on for the Firebirds, now for Elijah Ikas.
Yeah, right off the end of the bat there for Levy. Just dropped in front of Yost. We've seen him make a lot of great jumps out from center field. He wanted to try and get to it, but just had to slow up, make the smart play, hold him to first.
So the shortstop Ikas takes a called strike one out of the University of Hawaii, rising junior. Hitting .227, a homer, 3 RBIs for the Firebirds. Drawn 6 walks, struck out 7 times. At .303 for Hawaii, minimal power for them, just 1 homer, 21 RBIs this past spring. Swing and a miss at that 1-0 pitch. The guy in Ikas who was a 19th round pick by the Rangers in 2023. Out of high school, elected to attend Hawaii, but from Hawaii originally. Gatorade Player of the Year in 2023.
Man, Gatorade Player of the Year and drafted in the 19th round.
That was a good year for him. Way out in front of that one, 1 and 2. For an Orleans team that offensively they're looking for a little bit more production, hitting just 197 this summer, 7th across the Cape. That pitch in the dirt. Clark got enough of it to keep it in front of him. 2 and 2 now. And it's kind of crazy what one game can do to stats for a team early in the season. Wareham's batting average, again, it was the bats that struggled for the Gatemen early on this summer. The average is up to 221. That's now 4th across the Cape. A 2-2. Half-hearted swing. Ickes headed back to the dugout, and sure enough, they say he went around.
Yeah, Ickes knew that he went around before an appeal even happened. George Stransky at first made that very clear.
Brings up the third baseman Salinas out of North Greenville, who was previously at the University of South Carolina. Levy on at first. He singled to begin the inning, and there's a breaking ball in for a called strike. Salinas, one of the few D2 guys up on the Cape. Competed in the D2 Baseball National Championship this past spring. Was a top 500 recruit out of high school, again, originally with South Carolina. The 0-1 now. Fouled straight back.
Just because he's D2 doesn't mean he can't rake. 347 this past year in college. 12 home runs, 51 RBIs. Good spot, middle of this Orleans lineup. Can really do some damage here for the Firebirds.
Yeah, hoping their offense can come alive. An 0-2 to him. Stays outside. Orleans enters at 4 and 5. That's good for 4th in the East. The Gatemen, identical record, 4 and 5. They're 3rd in the West. Leapfrogged by Bourne after the game last night. 1-2 pitch with 1 on and 1 away. That one's in there for a called strike 3. Mayfield sets down Salinas. Good pitch on the outer part of the plate. Back-to-back strikeouts, and there's 2 away.
Yeah, Bourne had that 2-1 win over Orleans last night. Top of the 9th, home run, left the yard. Tough one for the Firebirds. Now have to respond today, but even being 1 game below 500, this is baseball. By no means out of anything. Both teams just 5 points out of first. Already seen Wareham beat Hyannis earlier this year. Things can change in the blink of an eye.
0-1 the count on the catcher, Cashel Duggar. And these two teams have gotten to the respective 4 and 5 records in much different ways, as it's an 0-1 pitch now. Make it 0-2. The Gatemen kind of went streaking, the 3 losses and the 4 wins, whereas Orleans, their longest win streak of the summer's been 2 games, and it's kind of been a win, a loss, a win. So they kind of gone back and forth. But nonetheless, both of these squads 4 and 5 in their respective divisions. 0-2 with 1 on and 2 away. Staying alive is Duggar. One of the big wins for the Firebirds was a win over Brewster, who after a 6-0 start has lost 3 straight, down to 6 and 3. Another 0-2 pitch. Slap foul once again.
That just shows you, baseball really is just a game with such minute differences in winning and losing. Go from 6-0, lose your next 3. Wareham loses 3, wins 4, loses another 2. You just got to string them together.
Third straight 0-2 pitch. This one gets him. After the leadoff single, 3 straight strikeouts, and Carson Mayfield is out of the second unscathed. He's post back-to-back zeros to begin this game. It is still 2-0 Gatemen as we move ahead to the bottom of the second on Cape League TV.
Law. Live, life, law.
covering all residential and commercial real estate matters. You live life to the fullest, and let us Sync Law. That's synclaw.com. Sync with an I, not a Y. Be selfish. We represent only you.
A+ repairs smartphones, tablets, game consoles, and computers. Get it done right the first time.
As the sponsor of tonight's game, PCT Federal Credit Union is proud to root for the home team. We're thrilled to offer great rates on auto loans, home equity lines of credit, and so much more. Visit us on Cranberry Highway in West Wareham. For a good piece of glass, call Abby, located at 3 Tyler Ave in East Wareham. Call Abby Glass and Locks about getting a free quote for your windows, doors, locks, and other glass needs.
1854 is North America's largest cranberry grower and recognized leader in environmental.
Back here at Spillane Field, Firebirds and Gatemen in what is the longest geographic matchup up on the Cape. 50 miles separates Wareham and Orleans. In a matchup last year, first one this summer between these two squads, that Wareham really dominated.
Yeah, Cory, I was going to say, if you had a dictionary and you had the word domination in there, a picture of what Wareham did to Orleans last summer would be the first thing in it. 5-2, 2-1, 4-2, 10-4, 4 straight wins over the Firebirds for the Gatemen. But when you look at overall last season, Wareham finished 5 games over 500, Orleans 10 under. These are two teams that are currently sitting with the same record, so anything can happen. Teams switch so often, not a whole lot of returners from last year. Now you get to now, completely new team, completely new season, and completely new series.
You have to go back to July 25th of 2023, the last time Orleans beat Wareham. 7-8-9 for the Gatemen in the bottom of the second, starting with Mac Rose, who takes a ball low. Rose just 1 of 13 with 2 walks to begin the summer. Again, part of a loaded catching group for the Gatemen at this point. As that pitch is slapped on the ground, the shortstop Ickes comes in, throws off balance to first on the money for out number 1.
Yeah, his last start, he finally got that first hit of the season. That was against Falmouth over the weekend. Came in to pinch hit yesterday against YD, drew a walk. Definitely feeling more comfortable at the plate. Just being able to put bat on ball, put something into the field. Baseball's a game of failure, so by no means out of it. He can pick up his confidence moving forward for the rest of this year.
It could be a big bat. We've really seen him in the 7th spot in that order the past 2 games, after he was really up high in the order early to begin the season. But listen, they don't need him to anchor down that middle part of the order the way that Clark and Daly are swinging the bat. But he'll continue to get reps. But again, with the catching group of now Hunter Carnes, Levi Clark, and Rose included, chopper again. Ickes gets another chance, slings this one across in time. 2 ground ball outs to the shortstop Ickes. But again, with that catching group, the pressure's off Rose maybe a little bit, but still, between those 3 catchers, 3 really talented individuals.
Well, we've seen him in batting practice. He's hitting home runs. He's hitting doubles into the left center and right center field gaps. It's not like this guy doesn't have the power. He just needs to utilize it, right? I mean, all he needs to do is just get a little lucky. In baseball, sometimes that's all it is. Get a little lucky, get out of your own head, and just focus on the field, start producing hits.
Stripling's looking for a little luck. He's 1 for 12 so far this summer. At third base tonight, he's also driven in 1 run, as it is 1-1 the count on him. A guy in Stripling who has versatility, has played first base, third base, and second base at Florida this past spring. And the Gatemen waiting for that bat to really come around for Stripling, that is. But a guy who, especially if he can play first base, maybe could give Daly a day off every now and again. But when he's been in this lineup, mostly seen him occupying the hot corner. It's 3-1 on him here.
Not sure if Daly's going to want a day off, Cory. Not with how he's swinging the bat right now.
Roller to second. Kavarikas fields cleanly and throws on to first in time for out number 3. 3 ground balls for the Gatemen as they go 3 up, 3 down in the bottom half of the second. Following the 2-run first, it's still 2-0 Wareham. We play 2 innings of baseball on Cape League TV.
Custom Soils, a subsidiary of the AD Makepeace Company, is New England's most experienced precision soil blender. Reed is the leading provider of the lightweight planting soil for green roof installations, stabilized stone dust for nature paths and pedestrian walkways, bioretention rain garden soils, and specialized soils for athletic fields, including your newly renovated Spillane Field. To learn more, visit reedcustomsoils.com. Cape Cod Central Railroad is proud to sponsor the Wareham Gatemen for the second year in a row. Experience the scenic beauty of Cape Cod like never before. Journey through picturesque marshes, cranberry bogs, and dunes on our historic rail line. Whether you're savoring a 5-course gourmet dinner, enjoying a Sunday brunch with a live jazz band, or bringing the family on a narrated excursion, there's a ride for everyone. Departing from Hyannis and Buzzards Bay, visit capetrain.com to book your ride today.
The Gatemen hoping to end the 2-game skid, up 2-0 here over the Firebirds. Now top of the third, Carson Mayfield back to work. Covarrubias, Williams, and Nixon, 8-9-1 for the Firebirds here in the top of the third.
When you strike out the side in the second inning, yeah, you give up the leadoff single. Who cares at that point? You struck out the side. You've got to feel pretty good. Start to get into a rhythm here. Big spot for Mayfield to, really start to buckle down and get settled in on this one.
Yeah, the Gatemen really needed a good start after yesterday. Used a lot of pitchers. That first pitch to Covarrubias in the dirt for ball 1. The 13 runs from YD. The ball was leaving the ballpark at almost really an alarming rate given the conditions, the wind blowing out, the hotter day. In total, Wareham used 6 pitchers yesterday. It was certainly a day in a ballpark, a venue that favored the hitters for sure. Big swing and a miss. Count goes to 2-1. The teams combined for 5 home runs. Ryan Smythe talked about after the game, the wind was blowing out. Obviously, the temperature was elevated. And it was the same field for both the players, both the teams, I should say. But listen, he said YD had a couple more home runs go their way, and that proved to be the difference. The second baseman, Covarrubias, hitting just 150, a walk and 5 strikeouts for the Firebirds this spring after a 305 campaign at USC this past spring. A 2-2 now. Good spot from Mayfield, but doesn't get the call. Count goes full.
And he's not hitting very well so far this season, Cory, but not somebody that you want to let get on base as he does right here. He led the Trojans in steals this past season. He's a threat on the base paths, clearly. He had 15 steals on 19 attempts. Watch out for him to try and get a jump here. Clark already thrown out Nixon back in the first. We'll see if Covarrubias wants to test his luck.
Lefty on righty now with Javar Williams, the center fielder, hitting 9th in the order, facing Carson Mayfield. First pitch to him. Half-hearted swing, called strike anyways, 0-1. And listen, despite the fact that Orleans is hitting just 197, the walks have been there. 42 of them, tied for second across the Cape. The on-base percentage 6 across the Cape, so they've gotten on base via the free passes. No one now. Stays low. It's 1-1.
That'll force Mayfield to, locate in the strike zone, get called strikes. If these guys don't want to swing the bat, put it in the zone and force them to. And then once you get ahead in those counts, you can work back, start to move away from the zone, paint the corners.
Rolled to the right side. It's through for a base hit. Covarrubias will head from first to third. And after the base hit, there's runners on the corners. No one out for the Firebirds.
Covarrubias draws the walk. Ty Daly has to hold him on at first. Nobody's on base. That's an easy ground ball. 3 unassisted for Ty Daly. Instead, runners on the corners, nobody out. And Orleans threatening here in the third.
Yeah, they'd gotten singles to open both the first and the second, but hadn't done anything after that. Here, though, the walk to open the third, the single, and now the Firebirds are threatening. The third baseman, Stripling, in on the grass for the leadoff against the leadoff man, Nixon. Singled to lead off the game, then was thrown out trying to swipe second.
Williams has a big lead too, Cory. You can just see it on his primary. This is a guy that also has a lot of speed. If Clark wants to throw down, watch out for the double steal. You might see Covarrubias try and snag home for the Firebirds' first run.
The DH, Luke Nixon at the plate, son of Trot Nixon, who played in the MLB from 96 to 08, won the 04 World Series with the Red Sox. His son produces a high pop-up along the infield. Stripling backs up against the outfield grass, makes the catch. No advance, one away.
That's the unproductive out that you want if you're the Gatemen. Get one there, runners stay at the corners. Now you got one out. If Williams elects not to steal, you've got a double play ball possibility. You can get out of if you can get out of a man on third and nobody out, that's a win in the book.
Would be an ideal finish to the inning for Mayfield, up against perhaps Orleans' hottest hitter so far this summer in Michael O'Shaughnessy. First pitch to him outside. Popped 17 home runs this past spring at Davidson, 18 combined between freshman and sophomore year. So the power really ticked up for him this past spring. Already has one so far this summer.
He broke the Davidson RBI single season record this past year. Knows how to drive everybody in, too.
Driven in 4 so far this summer. Yes, 70 RBIs this past spring. Career .334 hitter. On in a big spot with first and third, one away. After Nixon popped out. Over to Stripling. Mayfield throws over, diving back safely is Javar Williams.
Good to keep Williams honest. If you can get O'Shaughnessy to roll over, keep something in the infield, as long as Williams doesn't have that much of a lead, isn't too far down to second base, might be able to turn a double play.
Daly holding him on at first. They'll throw over again. Close play, but just back safely was Javar Williams.
Daly wanted that one. He was ready to explode. He's got a big lead. Feels like it's only a matter of time until he's picked off or he elects to run.
Daly played right field yesterday, back at first here tonight. Another throw over, and once again, Williams dives back safely. There's no limit on the pickoff attempts. Mayfield using that to his advantage right now.
I mean, O'Shaughnessy isn't a guy that you exactly want to pitch to either, Cory. Didn't want to do that in college. Had 7 intentional walks this past year.
Williams starts, then stops, jogs back to first.
Now he's just starting to play some mind games over at first, and it's working. Gives O'Shaughnessy a hitter's count.
That count is 3-0. Mayfield trying to find the strike zone against the Firebirds' first baseman. Before that, though, throws over again. This time Williams is back standing. A leadoff walk to Covarrubias, then the base hit by Williams, pop out by Luke Nixon, and a 3-0 count on Michael O'Shaughnessy. 2-0 Gatemen. 3-0 pitch, 3-1 as the breaking ball comes back to catch the outside corner. Michael Crossland, the right fielder, waits on deck. Firebirds are 8th in the league in the runs batted in so far this summer. Williams took off for second, has to come back on the foul ball. Again, offense, especially with runners on base, has not been a strong suit for the Firebirds this summer. Ranked 9th in slugging percentage, 8th in RBIs. But again, still 4-5 overall. That one is in there for a called strike 3. O'Shaughnessy locked up looking. And now all of a sudden, Carson Mayfield has 2 outs in the top of the third.
Yeah, he wanted that one to be just low. It was close. Took a step down the first base line, heads back to his dugout. 2 outs now. 2 unproductive outs for Mayfield. If he can get out of this jam, it's just incredible.
Trying to strand the runners on the corners with the righty Crossland up. There goes the runner for second. That one gets by. Clark play at the plate in time. Covarrubias tried to dash home. Levi Clark's throw was on the money. Mayfield covering, applies the tag.
And Cory, I just want to say this. Last season, that run scores. But with the renovation of Spillane Field, the backstop moved up about 10, 15 feet. That ball will keep trickling back to our press box if that renovation doesn't happen. Backstop moves up. Now you have a much easier play for Clark to throw that back to Mayfield.
Mayfield pitching into and out of trouble. Last play made right there at home plate. Preserves the 2-0 lead. Gatemen still out in front here at Spillane Field.
Wareham-based AD Makepeace Company, founded in 1854, is North America's largest cranberry grower and recognized leader in environmentally responsible real estate development and land stewardship. For 171 years, AD Makepeace Company has supported community events and organizations like your Wareham Gatemen. Visit admakepeace.com to learn more.
Legacy Insurance has been servicing Wareham and the surrounding areas since 1980. Call Legacy Insurance for all your insurance needs at 508-295-1315. Legacy Insurance, your hometown agency.
After Mayfield got out of a jam in the top of the third, the top of the Gateman order will head back to the plate in the bottom half of the inning, beginning with Braden Randall. Still 2-0 Gatemen here on Cape League TV. Back with Josh Richardson. I'm Cory Miller. As the Gatemen look to get back on the winning side of things, having lost 2 straight. 2 straight and almost kind of weird losses, if there is such a thing.
Yeah, they never
3-2
felt
to Harwich.
overpowered, Cory.
After a kind of poor defensive game, 2 unearned runs for the Gatemen defensively. First pitch to Randall here. Up in the zone, a called strike 1, then 13-7, and really the first real kind of offensive, just outburst that we've seen in a game featuring the Gatemen this summer. A Hyannis game, a lot of runs were scored, but between the home runs yesterday, the back-and-forth offensive action.
But they still scored 7 runs.
And as you said, they were really in both of those games. One was a kind of a pitcher's duel. The one yesterday, obviously, the offense reigned supreme. 1-1 the count to Braden Randall. 2-1.
I think the one game this year that you could probably pick out and say, well, you know what, that one, just chalk it up, and that one was going to be a loss, was the Chatham game. You know, we've talked about it, the 2 really bad innings of pitching, before yesterday were the top of the 8th against Hyannis opening day. But that was the 8th inning, and it was a tie game, 1-1. You go back to Chatham, 7 spot in the 4th inning. Things got out of hand pretty early.
Randall were tied on the ground ball to Covarrubias at second. And even though it was a loss yesterday, it kind of seemed like the game answered a lot of key questions, starting with the power. And we hadn't seen a lot of home runs for the Gatemen, and obviously shorter dimensions at Red Wilson Field, but they swatted 2 of them yesterday. We were also wondering how much of Caden McDonald we might see as a hitter. We've seen him in batting practice, hit some moonshots, but see him again in the lineup today, just as the DH, not even as a pitcher. Daly's second at-bat, takes a ball outside, walked and scored a run in the first.
Yeah, Chris McHugh has the day off. First 2 games of the season, had his first hit yesterday. It was a home run coming out of NC State for this summer. Might see him a little bit later off the bench.
Daly lifts a high fly ball, right center field. Williams over, an easy out for the center fielder, and there's 2 away.
It's got to feel good for Williams' confidence. It's the first ball that he's seen since the misplay on the Colin Ritchie double back in the first. That helped score the Gatemen's only 2 runs of the game so far. Just get that first one back, have some confidence playing in center field.
Krenzel has really settled down since that first inning. He struck out Clark in between the walks by Randall and Daly, then the double by Ritchie. But since then, Yost McDonald, bottom of the second, bottom of the third now. He's retired 7 straight batters, and it's quickly 0-2 on Levi Clark. No one out, 2 away. And a 0-2 to Levi Clark. Up and in, 1-2.
You have to think that those 2 runs in the first aren't going to bother Krenzel that much. You know, he's got nerves of steel. They run in the family. His father, Craig, won the 2002 national championship playing quarterback for Ohio State.
2-2 now on Levi Clark.
Takes a lot to win a national championship, Cory, especially at OSU.
So between Krenzel and the mound, Nixon the DH, couple of championships between the two fathers. Fisted to the right side, past the outstretched glove of O'Shaughnessy, and into right field. 2-out base hit for Levi Clark. Bit of a jam shot, but it didn't matter, and Levi Clark on once again with a base hit.
Clark keeps the bat hot. The only other time that he's gone the opposite way, and on a ground ball this season has been his check swing back against Harwich in his Wareham debut. You said it, Cory, kind of fisted it, jam shot back over into right field. You could see that the shift was on, played to his advantage.
Going against the shift, Ty Daly did that last night. So here's Colin Ritchie, drove in the only 2 runs of the game thus far with his double back in the first. Again, hitting in the cleanup spot tonight. The 1-0 to him. Takes, and it's 2-0. Cleanup man hasn't hit a home run for the Gatemen so far this summer. RBI counts up to 4, but it definitely feels like that power is there for Ritchie. We saw it in the scrimmage, as we've talked about. Saw it this past spring. And hitters count 2-0, now make it 3-0. Among the team leaders with 5 walks, so again, he's showing the capability as someone with plate discipline as well. Hayden Yost waits on deck. Before that, here's a 3-0 pitch. Skies it down the left field line, drifting towards the foul line. Who wants it? It's going to be Levy coming in and making the catch right inside of fair territory. So for the Gatemen, no runs on 1 hit and 1 runner left on. We played 3 innings here at Spillane Field. It's 2-0 Wareham on Cape League TV.
Cape Cod 5 is proud to be the official banking partner of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Cape Cod 5 offers a broad range of financial products and services tailored for every stage in your financial journey. Reach out to us. We're here to help.
Custom Soils, a subsidiary of the AD Makepeace Company, is New England's most experienced precision soil blender. Reed is the leading provider of the lightweight planting soil for green roof installations, stabilized stone dust for nature paths and pedestrian walkways, bioretention rain garden soils, and specialized soils for athletic fields, including your newly renovated Spillane Field. To learn more, visit reedcustomsoils.com.
Things are still early here at Spillane Field. It is 2-0 Gatemen over Firebirds as we take a look at some of the other scores across the Cape. Kituitt, they lead 4-1 over the Anglers. They had just 1 win coming into yesterday's game, but a chance for the Kettleers to maybe win 2 straight, a couple other low-scoring affairs in the other 3 contests.
Kettleers got that win over Brewster, nonetheless, Cory. So worst team in Cape Cod taking down what was the best team record-wise at that point. Kettleers might finally be rolling.
1-1, the count on Crossland.
Make things a little bit more competitive in the West.
And we've seen some of the streakiness across the Cape. The Whitecaps, the 6 wins, now the 3 losses. The Kettleers trying to win another one, be their second straight. We've seen the Gatemen, 3 losses. Then 4 wins, a 1-2 now. Swing and a miss. Crossland down swinging to begin the 4th.
5 Ks through 3 1/3 now for Carson Mayfield. I mean, in just 4 innings against Harwich, he only had 1. Stuff is really working to the righties' advantage tonight.
After a really strong spring for him at Cornell. Here's Levy, the left fielder, who singled in the second with 1-0 on and 1 away. 4.26 ERA for Mayfield at Cornell. 6 no-hit innings in the season opener. The upset over number 17 Duke by Cornell. Pitched in plenty of big games in the Ivy League, the 1-0. And this felt like, as we talked about, a big game for him on the mound after the Red Sox put up 13 runs against the Gatemen last night. Really hit every single one of the Wareham pitchers well. That one is by Levy, and it's 2-1.
And he's versatile, too, right, Cory? I mean, you know, his freshman year when he was at Cornell, he was one of their go-to relievers. He was tied for the most appearances on the season, then transitions more into a starter and excels in that role as well. Wherever you put this guy, and you know, whether it be starting, maybe it's a mid-reliever spot because you know that he can go. Maybe the starter doesn't have the best performance and you're down by a few runs. You need to just kind of eat some innings. Maybe you need someone to close a game out. This is a guy that Ryan Smythe can go to.
He loses Levy on 5 pitches. He's on base for the second time in 4 innings. And it is crazy, as we talked about, what one game can do. Wareham obviously elevated the batting stats after yesterday's performance, but the pitching stats certainly took a hit. The team ERA is up to 4.28. That's 9th across the Cape. Teams are hitting .244 against the Gatemen. That's the worst mark across the Cape League, the highest in terms of batting average against. The shortstop, Ekus, digs into the box for his second plate appearance, takes a called strike one.
Ekus isn't going to be happy that that one got called a strike. Clark dropped it out of his glove. It was a strike either way, but what's that golden rule? If you can't catch it, you shouldn't get rewarded for it. Doesn't matter anymore.
After the called strike, Mayfield comes home on 0-1. That one misses inside, 1-1. And it was definitely right there. Just off of the glove of Levi Clark. Ekus taking again. Taking ball number 2. Again, that misses inside. With Levy leading off of first and 1 away, a 2-1 pitch. Another one that misses inside, and it's 3-1 on Ekus. There is some action in the Wareham bullpen. Looks like Jordan Stevens, righty from Georgia, who is throwing.
Inside on righties, outside on lefties, really just trying to keep that weak contact alive. But if you can't locate it, makes things difficult now. 1 out here in the 4th. You got 2 on.
Second straight inning that Mayfield has had to deal with traffic on the base pass, as Clark will talk things over with him, with Salinas next to hit for the Firebirds. You know, and it is interesting because those elevated pitching numbers, the 4.28 ERA, the ranking of 9th in the Cape, that really doesn't sound like the Gatemen team in terms of numbers because, again, aside from the couple of bad innings and yesterday's game, the pitching staff has really been there for the Gatemen and really helped them weather that tough start to the season early on. Eric Lukes is out to the mound, calls to the bullpen, so Mayfield will exit, and whoever replaces him will have to weather the 2 runners on with just 1 away here in the top of the 4th. Mayfield's outing is done. After 3+ innings, he will yield on the mound. Gatemen still lead 2-0 here in the 4th.
Law. Live, life, law. Covering all residential and commercial real estate matters. You live life to the fullest and let us sync law. That's synclaw.com. Sync with an I, not a Y. Be selfish. We represent only you.
A+ repairs smartphones, tablets, game consoles, and computers. Get it done right the first time.
As the sponsor of tonight's game, PCT Federal Credit Union is proud to root for the home team. We're thrilled to offer great rates on auto loans, home equity lines of credit, and so much more. Visit us on Cranberry Highway in West Wareham. For a good piece of glass, call Abby, located at 3 Tyler Ave in East Wareham. Call Abby Glass and Locks about getting a free quote for your windows, doors, locks, and other glass needs.
Finding a good personal injury attorney is very difficult. If you or a family member has been involved in an accident, hurt at work, suffered a slip and fall, or have been injured due to negligence of someone else, contact the lawyers at Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. They are experienced trial attorneys who practice in all of the courts in the Commonwealth. The firm has been recognized by Best Lawyers in America for outstanding legal representation. Contact Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. The firm is located at 267 Main Street in Wareham. Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP also has offices in New Bedford and Falmouth. Call 508-295-0286 or visit their website www.rkm-law.com.
When it comes to protecting your home, car, or business, trust the team that's been covering our community for generations. For personalized coverage and service that you can count on, the choice is easy. It's Morse, of course. Visit morseins.com today.
Carson Mayfield exits, brings in Jordan Stevens. Mayfield no runs allowed as of now, but up to 66 pitchers, back-to-back walks in the fourth. And that brings in the Georgia right-handed pitcher and Jordan Stevens, who has been sharp out of the bullpen this summer for the Gatemen.
Yeah, really just the first sign of trouble. And Ryan Smythe, Eric Luxus pulled the cord on Mayfield, had a very solid day, but, nearing that 70-pitch mark. Put you in a good spot into the fourth inning. Now Stevens has to get out of this hole. You mentioned how good he's been, Cory. 4 2/3 innings, just 1 hit total allowed, 1 run. It wasn't even earned. Has 5 strikeouts between 2 relief appearances, opening day against Hyannis and last week against Harwich.
Faces Salinas here, 2 runners on with only 1 away. Stevens the 4 2/3 scoreless innings out of the bullpen. 0-1 now, off the glove of Clark, but stays relatively close enough where there's no advance from the runners. And Stevens is a guy who has issued some base runners in his time on the mound. 2 walks, a hit by pitch, but whether it's with the bases empty or even with runners on, really revels in those situations, has pitched out of trouble when he's gotten into jams. He's being asked to do that here to preserve this 2-0 Gateman lead. And 0-1. High fly ball into right center field. Ritchie back, settles under it, makes the catch. Tagging from second is Levy. He advances to third. 90 feet away, but Salinas retired for out number 2.
Salinas just missed it off the end of the bat. Good contact, good timing. Delivered it out into right center. Ritchie did a nice job to get underneath it, but just a little bit more barrel on that. Orleans might have a 1-run lead.
Yeah, Salinas certainly got a jolt from it. Brings up Cashel Doger with runners on the corners, now 2 away. Mayfield got out of this situation with no one out in the top of the third. Here's Stevens with 2 away. Flame-throwing righty out of Georgia, misses low for ball 1.
He's a strikeout pitcher this past year at Georgia. 8 2/3 innings, 12 strikeouts.
Is 1-0. Sent foul out of play by Duggar.
That was in just his first 6 appearances. When you look at the season overall, 4-0 on the year, 20 2/3 innings, 27 strikeouts. If he can get ahead in the count, it's almost always over.
Mostly the fastball, then the breaking ball, and the 1-1. Just misses, and it's 2-1. Despite the fact that Wareham used 6 pitchers yesterday, still plenty of arms available in the bullpen today that they didn't use yesterday, and you had the day off before that, too. So plenty of guys still with rest. As it's 3-1, the count on Duggar. And Stevens, the first arm that the Gatemen have elected to use, trying to escape trouble and keep his squad ahead by 2 runs. There's 2 away, but there's runners on the quarters. The 3-run pitch. That one just misses. And so Duggar draws the 3rd Firebirds walk of the inning. He heads down to first to load the bases.
Ekus thought that was a strike. Had his secondary lead and then saw the pitch come in. He started to make his way back to first until he realized that Duggar was going to occupy that bag in a few seconds.
Stevens really seemed to wonder where that pitch missed as well. Kavarubius walked and then was thrown out trying to score on a wild pitch in the 3rd. Out of USC, swinging on the first pitch, popping it foul. Struggling this summer with Orleans, average at 150. But was at 305 for the Trojans. Guy who appeared once as a pitcher as well this past spring. In a big spot here with the bases loaded and 2 away.
High leverage spot for Stevens here. No stranger to it. Had 3 saves this past year at Georgia. A lot of clutch moments. Now has to execute here with the bases loaded.
The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 0-2. The runners on 2nd and 3rd. Mayfield's responsibility. Issued back-to-back walks. Stevens came in, got the fly out from Salinas, and walked Duggar. And now here's Kavarubius on with the bases loaded. Behind the count 0-2. Big spot early on with the Gatemen leading 2-0 over the Firebirds. Stevens kicks and deals. Comebacker right to the mound. Stevens fields. He will flip it to Clark at home plate to get the force and get out of the inning. So the Firebirds leave the bases loaded after 3 walks. Stevens out of the game preserves the 2-0 Gatemen lead as we head to the bottom of the 4th. 2-0 Wareham.
You can make any bat feel lighter by adding a velo puck knob. Instead of having to go get a whole entirely new bat, you can simply add the puck to it. Players can use this with any bat. It's basically going to shift the weight of the bat a little bit more towards the hands. Players are able to hit the ball a lot harder just by simply adding the puck on.
Get ready for big results with our small machines. With more power, performance, comfort, and savings. They're ready for every job. And we're ready with plenty of inventory, the best support in the business, same-day parts availability, and locations across the Northeast. So you can always be ready to work. Milton Cat, always ready.
Comes to protecting your home, car, or business, trust the team that's been covering our community for generations. For personalized coverage and service that you can count on, the choice is easy. It's Morse, of course. Visit morseins.com today.
The Gatemen hoping to add on here in the bottom of the 4th, scored 2 runs to begin the game in the 1st, nothing since then. It is Braden Krenzel that is back to work, facing Yost, McDonald, and Rose. 5, 6, 7 in the Gatemen order.
Outside of that first inning, Krenzel's been pretty flawless. And, of course, even in that first inning, you can credit, Javar Williams playing center field. He dropped it. 2 runs came in.
First pitch to Yost. Misses outside. Yeah, Krenzel's pitched in some big games, a 4.68 ERA. As a freshman at Tennessee, appearing in a lot of action. That includes 7 SEC contests. So facing already in his young career some of the top programs in the country. In his first start of the summer, both of his previous appearances for the Firebirds out of the bullpen. 2-0 to Yost. Make it 3-0.
He was a big bullpen arm for the Vols this past year. Just those 2 starts, 20 games played, had 41 strikeouts and 32 2/3 innings.
3-0 to Yost, make it 3-1. Finding the zone there. Tennessee Vol against Florida Gator. Hayden Yost at 167, a homer, 1 RBIs. 3-1 to him. Smack down the right field line, just foul. We know that Yost has the bat, maybe looking for it a bit more consistently because we've seen it in spurts, obviously that home run. But when he gets going, he has the potential for all-around play. He's got the speed, he's got the defense. That's really what's gotten him in this lineup. Elevated hitting 5th here tonight.
He had a double into center field yesterday against YD, so maybe starting to heat up again.
Full count pitch on the way. Right back up the middle. That will sneak through. Out past the stretched glove of Covarrubias. A leadoff base hit for Hayden Yost.
First leadoff hitter to reach base to start an inning since Randall walked back in the first. Maybe a sign of the Gatemen are starting to get to Krenzel here.
He almost had a base hit down the line, and Yost that time goes right back up the middle. Good effort by Covarrubias. From one Florida Gator to another, and here's Caden McDonald. 0 for 1 with a strikeout in the first. McDonald, when we've seen him as a hitter, only have seen him out of the DH spot. There's a lot of power as we saw yesterday. Yost dives back safely, but it's tough to get a lot of these Gatemen hitters in. When you look across the catching group, you have 3 catchers, and now you're up to 8 infielders. Plus Daly, that's 9. A lot of mixing and matching that Ryan Smythe has to do on a daily basis. That one misses outside.
And there's a lot of Swiss Army knives that Smythe can use in this lineup, but then it starts to take away at bats from some of the other guys that, you know, maybe haven't gotten as much playing time this year that can still produce at a high clip.
Like yesterday when Randall slid over to second. Tonight he's at short. Well, Van Shane's the odd man out tonight. He's been swinging a pretty hot bat. But Ryan Smythe's done a really nice job of mixing and matching. He's got a handful of really hot hitters. The 2-1 to McDonald, make it 2-2 now. But he split the at-bats pretty well, especially across the infield guys. Everyone around about 10 to 20, maybe 25 at-bats. So it's fairly even across most of the players. McDonald waiting on a 2-2 pitch with a runner on first, no one away. Takes outside, it's a full count. Mac Rose waits on deck.
I mean, it's hard because some of these guys, you maybe can't afford to give them a day off, but Ty Daly has played every single game. He's been playing great. Levi Clark's been swinging a hot bat since he got here.
There goes Yost, takes off, ball 4 anyways. So a base hit and a walk. 2 Florida Gators on base, first and second now for Mac Rose.
And here's the spot for Mac Rose to, feel comfortable in the box, take advantage of it. He got that first hit against Falmouth over the weekend. Now you get your second. Get a good piece of contact. Maybe you don't do that. Maybe pitches around. Stay strong with your eye. Just Orleans is threatened a lot in this game, especially back in that 4th inning. So even with the 2-run lead, it may not feel as safe as, it could be. Rose has a big spot to give the Gatemen a little bit more insurance.
Orleans mound visit here. This Krenzel really facing his first threat on the base pass since the first inning. And Rose in left field tonight. We've seen Ryan Smythe employ that strategy as we've talked about getting guys in. The catchers, especially Clark and Rose, playing in left field. Obviously, it takes appearances away from some of the more prototypical outfielders, but you only have 4 of them compared to the 8 infielders. Daly can play both as well. Big spot here for Rose. 2 on, no one out. They both take off. Rose shows bunt, gets it down. Krenzel fields, throws high to first, and it gets away. In to score is Yost. McDonald gave it in the wave around third. He will come across to score as the ball ended up going out of play.
Yeah, the Orleans photographer down that right field line definitely saved the Firebirds a run from scoring, so McDonald has to stop at third. Rose now over to second. 2 in scoring position. Another run comes across. Tough spot for the Gatemen, definitely an unlucky situation. It's tough when a ball gets hit right at you and you're down that line and you have to, hold against it. You can't touch it. You can't do anything. I mean, it went right up against that fencing and then was ruled out of play as soon as she got her hand on it.
And McDonald, again, both runners were off and running with the pitch. So definitely a really good chance for both to come across to score. In the end, Wareham only gets 1, but McDonald standing on at third. Rose down to second on the bunt plus the air. Krenzel exits. Both runners on base, his responsibility. The Gatemen have added 1 here in the 4th. Looking for more on Cape League TV. We'll be back with the pitching change.
Getting a good personal injury attorney is very difficult. If you or a family member has been involved in an accident, hurt at work, suffered a slip and fall, or have been injured due to negligence of someone else, contact the lawyers at Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. They are experienced trial attorneys who practice in all of the courts in the Commonwealth. The firm has been recognized by Best Lawyers in America for outstanding legal representation. Contact Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. The firm is located at 267 Main Street in Wareham. Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP also has offices in New Bedford and Falmouth. Call 508-295-0286 or visit their website, www.rkm-law.com.
You can make any bat feel lighter by adding a velo puck knob. Instead of having to go get a whole entirely new bat, you can simply add the puck to it. Players can use this with any bat. It's basically going to shift the weight of the bat a little bit more towards the hands. Players are able to hit the ball a lot harder just by simply adding the puck on. There's been a ton of training when it comes to bat speed or products for players to be able to train bat speed. You can improve your bat speed and reach your goals working 10 to 15 minutes a day on this a couple of times a week. That's a no-brainer for every player.
Edward Hart takes over on the mound, the big 6'5" southpaw out of Duke, making his summer debut with the Firebirds. Pitched for Falmouth last year. Inherits a tough situation, second and third, only 1 away as Orleans brings the infield in. No away.
And he was strong with the Commodores last year. 12 appearances, all out of the bullpen, 22 and a third innings. Had 17 strikeouts, pitched to a tune of a 3.2 ERA.
Slapped the second baseman. Kavarikias throws home in time. McDonald retired at the plate. Nice play by Covarrubias to get 1 out. Gargett reaches it first. Up to third is Mac Rose.
Yeah, McDonald was just going on contact there. As soon as that got laced back up the middle, he had one decision. He was going no matter what. That throw beat him by a mile. Wait for Covarrubias to put that on a line, too. Sometimes, those middle infielders can rush that throw to try and beat it home. Perfect throw there from the second baseman.
So now it's Stripling. And this is where the lefty-lefty advantage works in favor of the Firebirds. That one is hit hard through the left side. A base hit into left. Rose jogs home, scores from third. The Gatemen played another. It's 4-0 in the 4th.
What a time for Landon Stripling to get his second hit of the year, Cory. Huge at-bat from the 9-hitter in this Gatemen lineup. You get that production, you turn it back over to the top of the order with less than 2 outs, and now here's Braden Randall, who's already swinging a hot bat. Ty Daly stands on deck. Keep doing more damage. You still have guys on.
First and second, Randall shows bunt, misses on the attempt, so it's 0-1. Was about to say it was the platoon advantage because Stripling, Randall, Daly all hitting from the left side. 3 straight lefties before you get to Clark. But again, Stripling with his second hit of the summer. Drives in a run. 4-0 Gatemen. Randall again shows bunt. Makes contact here, but it lands foul down the third base line.
Yeah, now you're down quickly 0-2 in this count. Randall's going to have to fight back. For a guy swinging a hot bat at this point, you know, I mean, he entered today 5 for his last 12. You want to see him really get a good chance to offer at it.
2 runners on for him, 1 out. They both take off, and it's bounced foul. What might get lost in this inning was that obviously Mac Rose, who just scored that 4th run, advanced to second on the throwing error by Krenzel, but he laid down a great bunt initially with runners on first and second.
Perfectly placed right over down the third baseline. Krenzel recovered it, and he had time. You know, Rose was kind of just lightly jogging on his way to first base. He did his job. He laid it down. Runners were going to advance both into scoring position. Would have been 1 out on the board. Krenzel just rushed it on the throw over to O'Shaughnessy at first base. Errand over to his right.
0-2 is the count on Randall after the conference on the mound. That one misses way outside. Randall a walk and a ground out in 2 trips to the plate here tonight. The Gatemen a chance to add on more, try and put this game out of reach here in the 4th.
Gargett has a lot of speed. Orleans would probably go after the lead runner if he went.
Lefty on lefty. That one misses outside, 2-2.
Stripling not as fast as Gargett is, but it's a longer throw. And even if you nabbed him, Gargett would only be 90 feet away. Be an interesting decision for Cashel Duggar behind home to see where he wanted to go if the runners are on the move.
Sets the sign on the 2-2. Getting under it was Randall. High pop-up down the right field line. Ends up out of play just past the Firebirds dugout down the first base line. Ty Daly waits on deck. Once again, the Gatemen bats coming to play as they did last night, but here jumping out in front early and often so far. Big lead for the runners. They stay put. Randall bloops that one into center field. It falls for a base hit. Gargett's off to the races. Rounding third. He comes in to score. An RBI base hit for Braden Randall. The Gatemen tack on another, make it 5-0.
Randall down 0-2 in that count after 2 failed bunt attempts. Has to protect the plate, has to shorten his swing. Flares one into left center. Just a perfect situational hit there from Braden Randall. Orleans might have had a chance to gun him down over at home. Javar Williams missed the cutoff, but you know, it was a tough throw, and Gargett in safely to score. Big 4th inning here for Wareham.
Well, you said, Josh, the speed of Gargett, tough to gun down at the plate. Comes across to score the game's 5th run, all belonging to the Gatemen. Daly takes a called strike 1. And Ty was 4 for 5 with 2 RBIs yesterday. One of those base hits included a single going against the shift the other way, which drew a lot of praise from Ryan Smythe. The 0-1. Roller softly back to second. Try for the tag, didn't get him. Covarrubias throws on to get Daly at first, so both runners advance on the fielder's choice.
Missed play there from Covarrubias. Wanted to try and get the 2-for-1. It would have been a tough turn if he wanted to shovel that off to Ickes, who was covering second base, and then flip that back to first over to O'Shaughnessy to get the out. But now in the end, you know, you get the 1 out, but now you get a runner over in scoring position. And it looks like Levi Clark's going to get the intentional walk here to load the bases.
So Kelly Nicholson, the Orleans manager, not wanting to take a chance with the righty Clark, who is 1 for 2 tonight. Instead, Edward Hart will face yet another lefty in Colin Ritchie. Drove in 2 with the double in the first, flew out to left his last time up. The bases are loaded, 2 away.
You want to keep working that platoon advantage, but you've already been burned by it. Landon Stripling goes the other way. Braden Randall hits a flare. Those runs have been coming in to score. Of course, Clark is swinging the, one of, if not the hottest bat on the team. Now you got to face Richie, who already has a double.
And nowhere to put him either. The 1-0. Gets a good chunk of this one. It'll wind up going out of play down the left field line. If Yost can hit, the Gatemen will have batted around here in the 4th. They've plated 3 after 2 in the first. It's 5-0. 1-1 pitch. Richie smacks it this time out in front of it, but winds up going foul down the right field line this time.
Just a little early. Clearly what he was sitting on. If he could have kept that fair, definitely would have been extra bases.
Stripling on at third, an RBI single. Randall on at second, an RBI single. Levi Clark was intentionally walked. Richie batting with the bases loaded. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Hart will stop the bleeding with the strikeout of Richie. The Gatemen leave the bases loaded, but not before they plate 3. Rose Gargett and Hayden Yost all come across to score in the bottom of the 4th. 3 more runs for the Gatemen, up to a 5-run lead through 4 innings of play on Cape League TV.
Wareham-based AD Makepeace Company, founded in 1854, is North America's largest cranberry grower and recognized leader in environmentally responsible real estate development and land stewardship. For 171 years, AD Makepeace Company has supported community events and organizations like your Wareham Gatemen. Visit admakepeace.com to learn more.
Legacy Insurance has been servicing Wareham and the surrounding areas since 1980. Call Legacy Insurance for all your insurance needs at 508-295-1315. Legacy Insurance, your hometown agency.
It's been all Gatemen through 4 innings of play here at Spillane Field, up to a 5-0 lead. We look at the box score, 0-3-1 for Orleans, 5-5-0 for the Gatemen. And we've seen a couple of plays in the field for Orleans, obviously the throwing error by Krenzel, but even dating back to Williams in center in the first, the drop fly ball. The defense obviously matters, and it's helped the Gatemen out, the stronger team, especially defensively so far tonight.
Yeah, it goes down as a hit for Colin Ritchie off the bat, a double over into right center. But, that was a catch that Javar Williams, quite frankly, very well could have made and probably should have made, and it would have helped prevent those 2 runs from coming around. Now Orleans in a lot more of a deficit here heading into the 5th. Here's the chance to fight back.
The Gatemen a chance to get back to the 500 mark with a win. Now here in the top of the 5th, Stevens back to work. Got the last 2 outs of the 4th inning, replacing Mayfield, who went 3 1/3. Stevens will face Williams. Nixon O'Shaughnessy 9-1-2. Williams a base hit in his only trip to the plate tonight. First pitch he sees from Stevens is a breaking ball that slips into the zone for a called strike 1. Javar Williams out of Wake Forest, rising junior at 6'2". The Dartmouth, Massachusetts native takes a ball outside. The Massachusetts native attended the same high school as former Demon Deacon Sean Sullivan, former 2nd-round pick by the Rockies in the MLB draft. Hit .271 at Wake Forest this past spring. 1-1 pitch blown right by him. Good fastball by Stevens up in the zone.
He's had a pretty successful summer league campaign over the last few years. Last season, played for the Amsterdam Mohawks in the PGCBL. Won the perfect game title. Transitioned that over to Wake Forest at .271 this past year.
1-2 to him. Stays high. And growing up Dartmouth, Massachusetts, around the Cape Cod League. Now playing for the Firebirds here, heading into his junior season. Stevens back to work on the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Blew that fastball right by him. Stevens retires Williams to begin the 5th.
We know how much that fastball Jordan Stevens loves to go to it. He went to it back again there. He's a strikeout pitcher, has to rely on the hard stuff at least every once in a while. Definitely relies on it a lot more than others sometimes, but when you can throw it 97, 98 miles an hour, why not?
Luke Nixon, the leadoff man. 1 for 2 tonight. Now ahead in the count, 1-0. The 1-0 now. Stays low, and Nixon able to hold off on the swing. In a game which pitching, defense, and offense have all been there for the Gatemen thus far through 4 innings. That one misses outside. 3 straight balls to start the at-bat to Luke Nixon. And we've certainly seen all 3 from the Gatemen this summer, sometimes at different times sporadically. 3-0 pitch. 3-1 on the outside corner, called strike 1. Yesterday, obviously, was the hitting. The pitching struggled, but so far tonight, it's been all 3. A 3-1 now from Stevens. Nixon swinging, but pokes it out of play.
Well, these last 2 losses, Cory, you've hinted at, you talked about it, defense was an issue, those 2 costly errors against Harwich, then pitching 13 runs yesterday, and when you look across that box score, a lot better today.
3-2, and they'll do it again. Well, and we mentioned it yesterday, but one of the reasons why the Red Sox are at the top of the standings, 6-2-1, same record as Hyannis. YD in the East, Hyannis in the West, is those 2 teams are the ones on a consistent basis this summer, getting the pitching, getting the offense, combined with the defense. Another foul ball here from Nixon. Top 2 teams in terms of average, YD and Hyannis. YD top 2 also in ERA. So after a couple of foul balls, Stevens loses Nixon, who works a walk with 1 away in the top of the 5th.
And now you got to go back through this heart of the Orleans order. This will be a big test for Stevens here.
With more breathing room, obviously, with the 3 runs the Gatemen added on in the 4th. Stevens through an inning of work now. After the walk, O'Shaughnessy swings and misses for a called strike 1.
These 2 will have a friendly battle. Current Bulldog, future Bulldog. O'Shaughnessy committed to Georgia for the upcoming season. Of course, he is draft eligible.
Gateman telling Stevens to step off. He obliges.
Seems to be in the same type of position that, Ty Daly is for the Gatemen. Both committed to, mid-majors, or both went to mid-majors, now committed to Power 4 schools, draft eligible. See where their name gets called. Go from there.
Deal 1. This is high. And when we've talked about, Daly playing every game for the Gatemen, which he's done this summer. And obviously, these guys can do that. They've played 40 to 55 games, maybe more, upwards during a regular collegiate season. So they're obviously physically capable of doing so. The 1-1 stays outside. But part of the reason, obviously, is that if they get drafted, obviously, they won't be coming back for the rest of the summer, so you want to make the most of their talents while they're with the team, and you also want to show them off to whatever scouts are watching them. The case for O'Shaughnessy, Dally, and some others who are draft eligible. Nixon into his lead at first. Is that one blown by O'Shaughnessy? For strike number 2.
That fastball moves quick, Cory. Wow.
Stevens and O'Shaughnessy engaged in a good battle right now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, runner on at first, 1 away. And Stevens pitched. Sails outside, so it's a full count.
Execute here. You don't want 2 on and 1 out. Crossland on deck.
Yeah, just about to say, Michael Crossland on deck. He's 0 for 2. Full count pitch to O'Shaughnessy. Half-hearted swing. Did he go? He did not. And so the Firebirds first baseman works a walk. Nixon and now O'Shaughnessy to put 2 runners on.
That's good restraint there from O'Shaughnessy to keep that bat on his shoulder. He almost offered at it. He chased one upstairs from Stevens earlier in the at-bat, learned from it, adapted. Now 2 on and 1 out for Michael Crossland.
That was Rick Force who said that O'Shaughnessy held up his swing. So now here is Crossland. 2 runners on, 1 away. Stevens in a bit of trouble here. Crossland out of UC San Diego. 7 games for the Firebirds, hitting just 200, a double, 4 RBIs. After a 341, 15 homer, and 44 RBI campaign for him this past spring. After the foul ball, the 0-1. Up and in, got a piece of him. So the hit by pitch to Crossland will load the bases. And the Firebirds a chance to get right back in this ballgame.
Yeah, you go walk, hit by pitch. Control starting to get away from Stevens here a little bit. That's what happens, You're a strikeout guy, you have great stuff, but sometimes you just don't know exactly where it's going. Stevens needs to reel everything back in and locate it. We'll see if this is it, if a different Gateman arm from the bullpen is going to come in and replace him, or if this is just a talk strategy here with them loaded and 1 out.
Again, Stevens typically has done well, even when he puts guys on base, able to pitch out of jams more times than not, with the left fielder Levy up at the plate, who has singled and walked. We see Appleby stretching in the bullpen. No one is currently throwing for the Gatemen. So for now, it looks like this might be an opportunity for Stevens to pitch out of his own mess, so to speak. Maybe buy some time for the bullpen as well.
Yeah, at this point, you have to execute. You're going against Levy. He's 1 for 1, had that single to lead off the second, drew a walk in the 4th. This is the guy that you have to retire. There's nowhere to put him. You got 1 out. Yes, you're a strikeout pitcher. You can get an unproductive out that way. Trust your defense as well. Get him to roll something over, turn 2, get out of the inning.
And listen, Stevens has been around the strike zone. Nixon and O'Shaughnessy both had 2 strikes on them. Obviously, Crossland hit the second pitch of the at-bat, but Stevens has, for the most part, been around home plate this inning. A 1-0 now to Crossland. Big pitch there. It's 1-1.
And that's happened a lot, both during this 2-game losing streak, the 3-game losing streak to start the season for Wareham was you can't let guys off the hook. When you're ahead in counts, take care of them. Don't let them back in. Keep your foot on the Tigers' neck, so to speak.
Levy, a big swing and a miss. It's 1-2. The Firebirds in search of their first run of the night after plating just 1 in the 2-1 loss to the Bourne Braves last night. Trailing by 5, the bases are loaded, 1 away. The third baseman Stripling, the only infielder in. 3-1 pitch, smacked right back up the middle. It's down for a base hit. Nixon scores easily. Right behind him is O'Shaughnessy. The throw comes into second. Sliding in safely is Levy. Plates 2 on the double, and it's 5-2 Gatemen.
Clutch hit from Levy there. Again, Stevens ahead, 2 strikes in the count. Just leaves one out over the heart of the plate. And Levy slashes it into right center. Just a good piece of hitting there. And now Orleans still threatening, tying run now up to bat.
You go back to how important those 3 runs were in the bottom of the 4th for the Gatemen. And now we have a couple of guys loosening in that Wareham bullpen. Still at Stevens right now, facing Elijah Ickes, a strikeout and a walk for the Firebirds shortstop.
One of them looks like Caden Campbell, the lefty. Seems to be one of the Gatemen arms warming up.
Again, Stripling in at third. All other infielders are back. That pitch fouled straight back. 1-1 on Ickes. Ickes' high school coach that said that he always did something to impact the game in a positive way. Even if he didn't get a hit, you could feel him make a difference. Trying to make a difference right here. Represents the tying run. Playing here in the top of the 5th. Taking a breaking ball called strike 2. Stevens gets ahead of the shortstop.
Right back over the heart of the plate. Nice pitch there from Stevens to find the zone. Now again, you're ahead in the count. Don't let him off the hook.
Second and third, 1 away. 2 runs in for the Firebirds in the 5th. 1-2. That's in there for a called strike 3. Went back to the well with the breaking ball. Locks up Ickes for a big out number 2.
Takes a lot of guts there from Stevens to go back to the breaking ball when you have such a touted fastball. But it's burned him a few times earlier in this inning. You go back to it, Ickes, I'm sure, sitting on the dead red. Fooled him there. Now you get those 2 outs, but you're still not out of the woods yet. 2 on in scoring position with 2 outs.
Salinas behind on that fastball. Big swing and a miss. Stevens up to 41 pitches now. Replace Mayfield. Has allowed 2 earned runs in an inning and a third now. 2 more waiting in the wings. The 0-1 pitch misses outside. Crosland on at third was hit by a pitch. Levy, that 2 RBI double. A 1-1 now. Upper part of the zone, it's in there for a called strike 2. Stevens a strike away from getting out of this jam. Salinas is 0 for 2 tonight. Strikeout and a flyout.
He'll be frustrated with the 2 runs even if he gets out of it, but damage could be a lot worse. Got to buckle down.
1-2, hard hit into right field. Diving attempt by Richie, can't make the catch. 2 runs will come in to score, and sliding in safely at second is Tristan Salinas. All of a sudden, the Firebirds down by just a run. It's 5-4.
Incredible 2-strike hitting from Orleans this entire inning. Getting all 4 of those runs from that. Just a great piece of hitting from Salinas there. And now you bring it back to within 1 run here in the 5th. What a big spot, and it looks like that's going to be it for Jordan Stevens.
Yeah, Richie had a chance at that ball in right field, just a little bit out of his reach, diving in right field. Stevens exits, allowed 4 runs to come in here in the 5th. The runner on at second, his responsibility. The Firebirds trying to come all the way back, tie this game up. We'll return to Spillane Field with the pitching change here on Cape League TV.
Getting a good personal injury attorney is very difficult. If you or a family member has been involved in an accident, hurt at work, suffered a slip and fall, or have been injured due to negligence of someone else, contact the lawyers at Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. They are experienced trial attorneys who practice in all of the courts in the Commonwealth. The firm has been recognized by Best Lawyers in America for outstanding legal representation. Contact Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. The firm is located at 267 Main Street in Wareham. Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP also has offices in New Bedford and Falmouth. Call 508-295-0286 or visit their website www.rkm-law.com.
When it comes to protecting your home, car, or business, trust the team that's been covering our community for generations. For personalized coverage and service that you can count on, the choice is easy. It's Morse, of course. Visit morseins.com today.
Caden Campbell getting loose on the mound. Inherits a runner on at second. That's the tying run, and Tristan Salinas just drove in two with an RBI double. Campbell, the lefty, appearing in his fourth game out of the bullpen. 3 1/3 innings pitched, allowed 4 earned runs, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts. Southpaw out of Georgia Tech, if he can locate, can be an effective arm, and right now, trying to escape the inning with the lead still intact.
Yeah, he's been up and down for the Gatemen this season, but those last 2 appearances, Cory, have been so much better, both coming against Harwich. It was that opening day relief appearance against Hyannis. Pitched just 2/3 of an inning, gave up 1 hit, 4 runs, all of them earned, because he walked 2 batters and hit a few more. Things got pretty difficult for him there, but, now in this spot, you have to buckle down. The tying run is in scoring position. Get that guy out. Move into the bottom of the 5th, and you're still up by a run.
In to face the lefty Duger. Lefty on lefty matchup with Salinas standing on at second. The Firebirds have scored 4 runs here in the 5th. Entered the inning down 5-0. Campbell with 2 away. First pitch misses high. Duggar, a strikeout and a walk so far tonight.
Cape League debut.
Firebirds looking to come from 5 down here in the 5th. We've seen some of these new acquisitions start to pile in for several teams, including the Gatemen. Hunter Carnes made his Wareham debut yesterday. As did Calera on the mound. Right now it's a 2-0 pitch. Finds his own 2-1. With Salinas on at second. Campbell kicks and fires on the 2-1. Outside 3-1. And again, when Campbell's been around the strike zone, the stuff is there to get outs. But you look at the 3 walks, the 2 hit by pitches. Can be erratic at times. Here the lefty looking to set down Duger to end the inning.
Just got to trust yourself. That's what it comes down to.
Comebacker off of the glove of Campbell. Recovers, throws to first in time for out number 3. Good awareness by Caden Campbell. Comes in, gets the 1 out he needed. The Gatemen out of trouble in the top of the 5th, but Orleans comes within 1 run. They played 4. All of a sudden, it's a 1-run game here at Spillane Field. 5-4 Gatemen through 4.5 on Cape League TV.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
Wareham-based AD Makepeace Company, founded in 1854, is North America's largest cranberry grower and recognized leader in environmentally responsible real estate development and land stewardship. For 171 years, AD Makepeace Company has supported community events and organizations like your Wareham Gatemen. Visit 80makepeace.com to learn more.
Legacy Insurance has been servicing Wareham and the surrounding areas since 1980. Call Legacy Insurance for all your insurance needs at 508-295-1315. Legacy Insurance, your hometown agency. Sports Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gate!
A brand new ball game here in the bottom of the fifth. With Josh Richardson, I'm Cory Miller back here on Cape League TV. The Firebirds plated 4 in the top half of the inning after it was a 5-0 Gatemen lead. The lead is cut to 1, and it's Ryan Oshinsky, the righty out of Brown, taking over on the mound, facing Yost, McDonald, and then Rose, 5, 6, 7 for the Gatemen.
Yeah, well, now you have to respond, right? You give up the 4 runs in the top half of the fifth. The good news is that this is the same part of the order, at least the start of the same part of the order, that got those 3 runs back in the 4th inning.
Began with the Yost single, scored the first run of that inning. Oshinsky in his 3rd game, all out of the bullpen, 3 innings pitched, 2 earned runs, and ERA right at 6. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts for the 6-3 righty. The 1-0 to Yost. Up and in, 2-0.
5-pitch mix for Oshinsky. Fastball, changeup, curveball, slider, cutter. So can definitely mix it up for the right-hander. Rising junior at Brown.
The 2-0. Fouled straight back. So we said Yost got that rally started. Another situation where this Gateman lineup has been really productive 1 through 9. In each of those games where we really can say that, it's been some of their better offensive nights, thinking of Hyannis and even YD yesterday. Yost a big cut and a miss at a breaking ball. It's now 2-2. Stripling had that big RBI single, his 2nd hit of the summer, back in the 4th. Two-two. Club down the right field line, but foul.
Cory, this season, Oshinsky hasn't, been fantastic for Orleans. He's got a 6 ERA, but when you look back to last summer when he was in the NECBL with Bristol, had a 1.2 ERA, selected as the league reliever of the year.
2-2 now. And obviously still early in the summer, just his 3rd appearance for the Firebirds. Only thrown 3 innings. Facing a Gateman lineup in which everyone has reached base at least once so far tonight. Yost has worked the count full. High pop-up. Drift behind home plate and out of play. So Yost will see another pitch. Caden McDonald waiting on deck. We'll do it again on 3-2. Yost, a foul tip. Hung on to by Duggar. Yost retired on strikes to begin the last of the 5th.
He got a pitch to swing at. He got his bat on it, but tough break for the lefty. Sits down here. Not the way that you want to start off what could be a bounce-back inning. McDonald swinging a hot bat. Here's a good chance now with 1 out, though.
The full-time DH today, not pitcher DH, having pitched yesterday. Fouls that first pitched off. Ryan Smythe talked about how when McDonald only DHs, it's going to be a lot easier than as opposed to trying to fit him in as both a pitcher and a DH, working around those changes. Yesterday he pitched, then went back to just the DH only. Here it can focus on just hitting tonight, the 0-1. Now quickly 0-2. McDonald has struck out and walked tonight. Was cut down at the plate on a throw by Covarrubias in the 4th. 0-2. In the dirt, 1-2. And McDonald just again adding another bat into the mix that the Gatemen have at their disposal. In addition to the couple newcomers we've seen over the past few days. A 1-2, skips in there.
And he's got a good eye. He's been drawing walks, being a consistent hitter at the plate. Strikeouts, though, when he does get behind in counts, can be worrisome. Already has one today. Had two yesterday against YD.
2-2. In on the hands, lifts a pop-up. Covarrubias on the outfield grass makes the catch for out number 2.
Jam shot there. Had to protect the plate. Tough break for him, but now 2 away. Oshinsky having a very solid 5th inning here.
Facing his second lefty of the inning in Mac Rose, who scored a run in the 4th. Got on base after he dropped down a sac bunt attempt. Reached on a throwing error by Krenzel. That first pitch spins out of the way, but it's in there for a called strike 1. 1 for 13 was Rose entering play today with a pair of walks. The 0-1. Will now be splitting time behind home plate with Levi Clark, who's back there tonight, and Hunter Carnes. The 3 catchers, at least as of now, for the Gatemen. 1-1 pitch, check swing, got a piece of it, and it's 1-2 with 2 away.
Just seeing the differences in the top half of the 5th compared to the bottom half. Orleans on the mound, taking advantage of those 2 strike counts. Working pitches inside, forcing some weak contact. Just not something that Stevens could execute in the away half.
Blew that fastball right by him, in on the hands, ties him up for strike 3. Quiet inning for the Gatemen. They go 3 up, 3 down, including 2 strikeouts. Nothing more for Wareham. In the 5th remains a 1-run game here from Spillane Field. Josh Richardson will have you the rest of the way when we return on Cape League TV.
Finding a good personal injury attorney is very difficult. If you or a family member has been involved in an accident, hurt at work, suffered a slip and fall, or have been injured due to negligence of someone else, contact the lawyers at Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. They are experienced trial attorneys who practice in all of the courts in the Commonwealth. The firm has been recognized by Best Lawyers in America for outstanding legal representation. Contact Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. The firm is located at 267 Main Street in Wareham. Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP also has offices in New Bedford and Falmouth. Call 508-295-0286 or visit their website www.rkm-law.com.
When it comes to protecting your home, car, or business, trust the team that's been covering our community for generations. For personalized coverage and service that you can count on, the choice is easy. It's Morse, of course. Visit morseins.com today.
Top of the 6th from Spillane Field. Wareham with a narrow lead, 5-4 entering the second half of this contest. Top of the 6th coming up. Caden Campbell back on the mound. And now joining us in the broadcast booth, feature reporter here for the Gatemen, Nate Wallenhaupt. Nate, we know you've done a lot of research about this team. You've been around a lot of these guys. You know, you're someone who's grown up here. Through these first 9 games of the season, now midway through the 10th, the expectations that you had of this team at the beginning of the year, where are they in terms of, reaching them, meeting them? Where are they in relation to you right now?
Thanks, Josh. Personally, I feel as though this team is doing a lot better than what I usually expect in Wareham. We've had some good teams and we've had some rough teams, but this is one of the better teams we've had thus far throughout the time I've lived here, at least. And when I watched the original scrimmage at Falmouth, I was quite impressed, and they've continued to live up to expectations. Bats are good. The pitching is getting better pretty much every game. So I'm quite impressed with how they've been able to handle things, and Ryan Smythe is just incredible at what he does. So we're blessed to have him here leading the charge.
First pitch to Covarrubias, misses inside. Nate, you're someone that's really been around this team. You've gotten to talk to a lot of these players. Covarrubias fouls that one off. one of the guys that you got to talk to, one of the star players for Wareham this season so far, Ty Daly. He's hitting in the 2 slot today. He's 0 for 2, already drawn a walk. He was 4 for 5 yesterday. You got to write a very nice story about him. It's been posted, on the Wareham Gatemen website. It's been posted across Cape Cod as well. What did you get to learn about him that can really, separate the baseball player and the person as a whole?
Ty is seen as a very great human being outside of just baseball. I was talking to Coach Ryan Smythe yesterday, and Smythe said he sees him as a team guy, a team leader, as well as an unselfish player, and that's just high praise from the head coach of the Gatemen here. And I agree with everything that Smythe says. Ty Daly is a great human being and a great ball player, and to be able to do both those things on the field will just raise his draft stock, which is something he's looking to do maybe even this summer if he doesn't attend Clemson in the fall and spring.
Definitely an opportunity where, you get drafted, it's really hard to pass up going to the league, right?
Yeah, of course.
First pitch to Javar Williams, breaking ball, finds the zone for a strike.
And we saw that kind of team-first mentality going the other way against the shift last night. Ryan Smythe really all praise for Daly after the game, especially with that at-bat in mind. He said not trying to just play for himself with that swing, playing for the team, trying to get on base as the Gatemen tried to stage a late-game comeback. Is there anything else about Daly that you've been, in terms of talking with him, learning his story, that's really impressed you, either his background or a particular character trait that you think he's conveyed that people should know?
Ty Daly is just a great human being, as I had already stated. I mean, Cory, he came in here today, he saw what you were wearing, and he complimented you, not once, but he complimented you twice.
I'm glad you brought that up,
it's a
Nate,
really
because
nice
I wasn't
outfit.
going to toot my own horn, so to speak.
No, you look wonderful today, Cory. I'm impressed. I'm impressed by your outfit choice. I can't lie to you. But anyway, yeah, Ty is a great person, and he always sees the little things, and he sees the little guys, and he's always going to be there to have the little guys back no matter what. And whether you're a player, whether you're a fan, whether you're one of the bat kids, whether you're an intern, he's always going to look at you as a human being. And that's something that I really value in this profession throughout everything that I've worked. And Ty is 1 in a million out of the guys that I've worked with.
Nate, outside of what you do with the Gatemen, do a lot, covering the Red Sox, the entire organization. So you've gotten to talk to a lot of players, a lot of coaches surrounding players. One of the great stories that you just wrote about James Tibbs returning back from, the Giants organization, now moving over to AA in Portland with the Red Sox, part of the Rafael Devers trade. So relating this all back to Daly, where do you think that, he would rank as part of some of the people that you've gotten to talk to throughout your career in journalism?
For as young as I am and for as little time as I've been doing this, you're right. I have talked to some pretty incredible athletes and some pretty incredible people. I've also had the honor of hosting players twice in my lifetime from the Wareham Gatemen. One, Matt Rudick, shout out to him. He's my big brother. I love that man forever. But Ty Daly is easily climbing the rankings in any position, any team, any sport. Ty is just one of those guys that if you get to meet him, cherish it, because he's going to go far. He's a star in the making. I believe it. And he's a star in the making on and off the field. He is a 10 out of 10 guy. And if anybody gets the opportunity to meet him, I highly recommend you shake his hand and tell him hello.
I imagine you got to have some pretty fun stories and experiences from hosting a lot of players in years past.
I have. Matt Rudick, who I had previously mentioned, who I see as my big brother figure, him and I, we used to, he'd come home from a game. It'd be about 12 a.m., as we all know. And I was about 15, 16 years old, and he would come in and he'd wake me up and he'd be like, you want to play 2K or MLB The Show or something like that?
That's the life.
It was the life. It was the dream, and I'm just a kid, and I'm like, wow, this guy can go far, and I'm hanging out and I'm playing video games with a star right now. This is pretty incredible. And that's something that's always stuck with me, and to this day he'll always text me and he'll be like, I will kick your butt in any video game. You tell me you want to play, let's play it, and you're going to go down. And he's probably right. I'm not the greatest at games, but I'll always cherish that experience that I had with Matt.
2-2 to Nixon, misses low and outside, payoff coming up with 2 outs. I want to transition this back over, to this year's team. And, some of the guys on the Gatemen this season, obviously you've been through, the ringer with so many of these guys. That pitch misses inside to Nixon. That'll bring up O'Shaughnessy. You've also gotten to talk to Hudson Rowan, someone else that's been, definitely a stand-up guy, a class act for Wareham this summer so far, lefty pitcher out of Florida State. He's been through a lot. Kind of recap, what you got to learn about him through that time.
Hudson Rowan is another one of those guys that I hope everybody in their lifetime gets to meet. He's been through a lot, injuries, life circumstances, just anything you can really picture. He's been through it, and he's gotten through it with a smile on his face, and he's a real big man of faith, and he loves to talk about his faith, and he'll always cherish his faith, and through everything, he'll always go back to it. Hudson is also going to be transferring to Louisiana Tech, which goes back to his faith and everything that he follows through that. They had blessed the meal, which was a really big piece of why he went there. He had multiple other options, multiple big-name schools, but his main idea was to be able to build relationships and families, like you see here on Cape, honestly, too, which he also spoke about. And he chose Louisiana Tech because, he had the opportunity to build relationships, and they blessed their food, and he was impressed by that. He was impressed by what they brought to the table there. And again, the other piece, which when we come back to baseball, he has an opportunity to start more and to continue to grow in his career as he looks to be drafted next season. So he's a young guy. He's a great guy. He's been through a lot, but if you see him, you'll always see him with a smile on his face. And I know you guys haven't been down there much, but I'm sure whenever you see Hudson, you see him goofing around and smiling. But then when it's time to get focused, he will get focused too. Great guy.
O'Shaughnessy ducks out of the way. Nixon into scoring position now. 2-0 count for Caden Campbell. 5-4 lead for the Gatemen. 2-0 misses outside. 3-0. So, recapping all of this, in the time that you've gotten to be the feature writer, in the time that you've gotten to be part of a host family for a player, what's a memory, outside of, getting woken up at midnight and playing 2K, what's a memory that really stands out to you about the time that you've gotten to spend in Wareham and, be a part of this organization, both on the personal side, but then also on the professional side, being a writer?
It honestly goes back to before I even had this position that I have now. As coming straight out of high school, the former PA announcer, Dan Dias, he was my principal in high school, and he actually gave me the position to PA coming directly out at 18 years old. And I was one of the youngest interns around, and I was one of the youngest PA announcers around, and I'll always remember that, and I'll always cherish that. And they showed a lot of love to me, and I made a lot of mistakes, many mistakes, but, I was able to learn and grow from it, and it made me a better human being, and I'll always be grateful for the people that taught me how to be a man, in a sense, because I was just a kid and I was working with a bunch of adults, and they taught me how to become a man and work in a field like this, literally. So that's what I take away, is that, because without that, I don't even think I'd be standing here today as a feature writer, and I'm blessed to have this opportunity as well.
Nate, I thought you were going to say your favorite memory was the cornhole win you and I had over Josh and our beat writer Joe McLaughlin just a couple of days ago.
That's too soon, Cory.
But
That's a great pull.
On a more serious note, I mean, obviously, you're working really hard to tell the stories of these Gatemen ball players. You're consistently talking to these guys, consistently around the team. What does that process look like from your standpoint to really get to know these guys, get to know their background, get to know why they played this game, and really tell their story to an audience?
Cory, there's a thing called journalism etiquette, and I follow it for the most part, but I've also gotten here by not following everything to a T. I dropped out of college, and I've taught myself almost everything I know to get here. And many people say don't build relationships and bonds with players if you want to interview them, but it doesn't matter to me. I want to build those relationships. I want to build those connections. I want to show them that I care about them as well. And the more you get to know them, the more open they will be. I mean, I wrote that story about Hudson that was a very personal and deep story, but he trusted me enough to tell me all of that information, and I'm very honored that he did.
And if he doesn't trust you well enough, then maybe the story doesn't get written.
And that's exactly right. So journalism etiquette is a thing, and there are times that I follow it, but for the most part, when it comes to getting to know these guys, I treat them like family, and I treat them like human beings, and I want them to know that I'm not here to write negative about them. I'm here to write about them as a human being and as a baseball player.
You and Joe have Joe McLaughlin, the lead beat reporter for this season for Wareham, split a lot of the writing duties. Talk about your relationship with him, some of the other interns that you get to work closely with, just your experience this summer so far for Wareham when it comes to, the professional aspect of what you're doing and what you want to build a career off of that.
Shout out to Joe. He's an amazing guy. The lead beat writing position, it was just supposed to be him writing, and then I came in late, and they hired me to be their feature writer / other beat writer. And Joe could have said, you know what, no, you can go do whatever you want to do. But Joe immediately brought me in with open arms. We went to Chili's. We got really good food. We had a really good conversation, and I really got to know him. And Joe is just a really down-to-earth guy, and he made me feel like I'm a friend and somebody that he wants to help get to that next level. He continued to say he wants to help me get to that next level. So Joe is just awesome in that aspect of things, and he sees me as a peer and not somebody who works under him, which in a sense I do. Two other people that I truly enjoy working with are the two of you. I mean, we drive to the games together, and I love nothing more than our drives up to games, and I'm sure you guys can talk all about that as well.
Some fun times.
Jacob Faulkner into the game, replacing Caden Campbell. Runners on the corners and 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. 5-4 lead for Wareham.
But yeah, we take those drives together. I get to know you guys really well. You guys are becoming like my brothers, and it's been such a short time. And when I talk to the players as well, they spend so much time together. They see each other as brothers as well. And that's what you see when you come to the Cape League. You're like, oh, look at the players, look at the players, look at the players. It's not just the players. The interns are building relationships too. The interns are building lifelong bonds as well. There's a lot of networking that goes along throughout. And, you just continue to build those bonds and get to know people, and you never know what can happen.
That's a tough break there. It's short. That's Braden Randall. Fumbled with it. Would have been an inning-ending out. But the tying run comes in to score. That was Luke Nixon. 5-5 here in the 6th. O'Shaughnessy on second, and Michael Crossland now moves over to first.
Yeah, Randall thought about going to second base here. I think that's initially where he just couldn't get it out of his glove. A glance to second, realized wouldn't have been able to make the play there in time. Then from that point, had to go all the way across the diamond. Just couldn't get that transfer out of his glove cleanly, and a tough play to tie this game up.
Levy up to bat now. Yeah. Levy up to bat now. So to just put a bow on everything, Nate, you talked about your expectations, where they are now. As this season moves on, that ball hit over into left field down. O'Shaughnessy rounds third. He's heading in to score. Here comes Crossland as well. Relay throw is not in time. Orleans plates 2 more thanks to the 2 RBI double from Robbie Levy, and it's a 7-5 lead for the Firebirds.
Yesterday's game was short fenced and a lot of deep drives and a lot of deep hits. And today we've had a couple of errors that have led to where we are right now. But, it's still early in the season. We're not even a quarter of the way through yet. So there's plenty of time. There's plenty of time to continue to learn and grow as a team. And I still have high hopes and high expectations for these guys. And if you see them off the field and before the games and after the games, it's a brotherhood. And that's not something you always see. But here in Wareham, you can see that Smythe really wants to keep these guys together and keep these guys locked in. And as I continue to say, and I'll say it for the millionth time, keep them as brothers in a brotherhood. So I still have high expectations for this team, no matter how far into the season we are. If we don't win a game for the rest of the season, I know that these boys are still brothers and they still love being here and being with each other.
We've talked about a couple of the stories you've written, obviously, about Ty Daly, Hudson Rowan. Is there anything in the works right now or any particular player you're getting to know better that you think Gatemen fans, there's something that they should really get to know about some of these other guys?
You know, I actually do. I have a story coming up hopefully tomorrow or Friday. I'll be writing a story about Caden McDonald from Florida. He's a two-way guy, and, you know, you don't see that every day. I mean, nowadays you see it. You have a couple guys. You have one of the guys in the Red Sox organization in Conrad Kaysen, and you got, of course, Shohei Ohtani. But
can't forget about him.
No, never. I mean,
that guy.
What a one-hit wonder. Anyway, so, you know, he's got a pretty cool story too. And the thing is, he came in here and he was mainly a pitcher, and now he's just batting a lot more. So that's something I want to get to know a little bit.
Nate, thank you so much for everything that you do with this team. Ixis strikes out swinging to retire the side in the 6th. More runs come across to score for Orleans and the Firebirds, just like that of a 7-5 lead over the Gatemen. And we head into the home half of the 6th here on Cape League TV.
You can make any bat feel lighter by adding a velo puck knob. Instead of having to go get a whole entirely new bat, you can simply add the puck to it. Players can use this with any bat. It's basically going to shift the weight of the bat a little bit more towards the hands. Players are able to hit the ball a lot harder just by simply adding the puck on.
Wareham-based AD Makepeace Company, founded in 1854, is North America's largest cranberry grower and recognized leader in environmentally responsible real estate development and land stewardship. For 171 years, AD Makepeace Company has supported community events and organizations like your Wareham Gatemen. Visit admakepeace.com to learn more.
Legacy Insurance has been servicing Wareham and the surrounding areas since 1980. Call Legacy Insurance for all your insurance needs at 508-295-1315. Legacy Insurance, your hometown agency. Sports Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen!
Bottom half of the 6th. Gatemen back up to the plate, 8-9-1 in the Wareham order. Gargett first pitch he sees as a line drive into left field. And a quick base runner to start the 6th, try and rebound off of the 7 combined runs over the last 2 innings for Orleans.
Yeah, it's just what the Gatemen needed to now tie this game back up. It was like, you know, we were talking to Nate. You know, top of the 6th. The Gatemen are still leading. Now, all of a sudden, it's 7-5 Orleans after it was 5-0 Wareham just a couple innings ago. And give the Firebirds credit. They fought back, but a really good start to you. And you got speed on it first with Gargett.
First pitch to Stripling. Finds the outside corner for strike 1. Stripling went the other way with an RBI single back in the 4th. Part of that 3-run rally for the Gatemen to give Wareham a 5-run cushion. Since then, all eliminated. 7-5 lead for Orleans. Stripling flies one into shallow left field. That's Levy under it, and he makes the grab. Oshinsky still in this one, Cory, and the Gatemen are attacking early, of course, haven't had a whole lot of ABs against him, but that strategy of, you know, you see your pitch go and at least try and hit your pitches really coming into full effect here.
Yeah, and he's been around the plate since he entered the game, so why not try and ambush him early, now trailing in this game. Haven't found a ton of success against him so far, but Gargett obviously had that hard-hit base hit. With the top of the order up now, I'm interested to see if we see him in motion at all. Try and get him going, make things happen, create an opening along the infield for Braden Randall.
Speed at first, speed at the plate. Braden Randall fouls that one off down near third base. Tristan Salinas tried to make a play at it. Gargett has the speed. Randall has an RBI single in the 4th. That was a loop shot into left center. Walked in the 1st as well. So So now you go back over the last 4 games, 6 of 13. 0-2 misses outside.
Yeah, and I think, again, we've talked about it, but Randall's really showcased why he can hit at the top of the order, because he's going to get on base. He's going to shorten up that swing, find a hole somewhere. But at the same time, if you need him to drive in runs, he can do that too, up to 6 on the summer.
Gargett on first. Oshinsky deals, misses inside. Randall got just out of the way of that. And the count draws back to even 2-2.
And at the very least, if he can get on or advance Gargett with Daly on deck facing a righty, that would be really big here.
2-2. Bloop shot over into left center. Again, it's down. Gargett streaking into third, and they're on the corners with 1 out here in the 6th. A defensive swing from Braden Randall finds a hole, and the Gatemen are threatening now here in the 6th.
Yeah, that's just when I think of a leadoff hitter down in the count with 2 strikes, I think of that swing, not trying to do too much, shortening up, choking up on the bat, going with where that pitch is thrown the other way. Beautiful piece of hitting by Randall. We've seen that the past couple of at-bats. Great job by Gargett. Immediately read that beautifully off of the bat. Immediately had third base on his mind. His speed got him there. And now 2 runners on for just the guy he want up in the batter's box.
It was over Eakes' head at short. Tried to make a jumping catch. He couldn't. Daly skies one into the shallow infield. That's Covarrubias under it to make the catch. And an unproductive out from Ty Daly leaves it up to Levi Clark here in the 6th to try and bring in a run, maybe tie, or take the lead.
Yeah, just getting underneath of that one was Daly. Don't mind the aggressive approach early in the count. Couple of base hits so far this inning. Try and get another good pitch to hit early in the count. Just getting underneath of it now. You pass it off to Clark with a big opportunity.
Shift is on. First pitch to Clark. Fouls that one back over the first base dugout. Count 0-1. Covarrubias shaded all the way over onto the left side of second base from the home plate perspective. Clark's already gone the opposite way once today, fouls that one off down first base, and he's certainly trying to do it again here.
You can really see it in the approach on those past 2 swings, trying to wait back and think the opposite field. Again, just behind on a couple of those pitches, but again, you really appreciate the approach. This is the first game we've really seen a team shift against Clark consistently, so something new he's had to deal with this summer. But again, the approach in the batter's box on the first 2 pitches was definitely there to beat the shift.
And with Randall on first, O'Shaughnessy has to hold him on. Big hole between first and second. Clark swings and misses. Gatemen leave 2 on in the 6th. No one comes around to score. 7-5 lead to Orleans, heading into the away half of the 7th.
Custom Soils, a subsidiary of the AD Makepeace Company, is New England's most experienced precision soil blender. Reed is the leading provider of the lightweight planting soil for green roof installations, stabilized stone dust for nature paths and pedestrian walkways, bioretention rain garden soils, and specialized soils for athletic fields, including your newly renovated Spillane Field. To learn more, visit reedcustomsoils.com. Cape Cod Central Railroad is proud to sponsor the Wareham Gatemen for the 2nd year in a row. Experience the scenic beauty of Cape Cod like never before. Journey through picturesque marshes, cranberry bogs, and dunes on our historic rail line. Whether you're savoring a 5-course gourmet dinner, enjoying a Sunday brunch with a live jazz band, or bringing the family on a narrated excursion, there's a ride for everyone. Departing from Hyannis and Buzzards Bay, visit capetrain.com to book your ride today.
Jacob Faulkner, a quick day on the mound for the righty. So his outing is completely finished. Gave up just that 1 run in a third of an inning. And now in replacing him, the lefty Hudson Rowan. Nate Wallenhaupt just gave us some great information on him, Cory, and so far this season, he's certainly pitched up to some pretty high expectations.
Yeah, 1.59 ERA across 3 games. So the success has been there for Rowan. Ran into a little bit of struggles against Harwich in the loss on Sunday. And that was mostly the fact that he couldn't find the strike zone consistently, walked a couple of guys, put guys on base. The stuff and the velocity is there. If he can locate well, especially with the fastball, getting ahead early in counts, not falling behind, he has the potential to work a couple of scoreless innings here, but it starts with the fastball. If he's not locating early, look for that fastball to miss high.
Pinch hitter into the game for Salinas. It'll be Alejandro Garza batting from the right side over at third base. So Salinas' day is done. 1 for 3 with a 2 RBI double back in the 5th. Helped score those tying runs. First pitch to Garza misses outside, ball 1.
Interesting to see Faulkner go just a third of an inning, but again, I think the matchups were there for the Gatemen with some lefties at the bottom of this lineup. We're hoping to exploit some of those lefty on righty matchups, and that's why you've seen Garza hitting from the right side into the game right now.
Garza rising junior at Cal Poly. Just finished his sophomore campaign. Hit .351 with 6 tanks. 2-0. Misses way outside. You mentioned it earlier while he was warming up, Cory, but Rowan definitely showing some of those control issues early on in this one.
Yeah, again, if he can't locate that fastball early in counts, it's going to be a problem. If he misses high with it, not finishing his delivery, you don't want to see him put guys on base with walks.
4-pitch walk for Rowan to start off his night. Certainly not what Ryan Smythe was looking for out of the lefty. That's been a couple of these relief pitchers in the late stages of games, over the last 2 or 3 nights, Cory, in these games. Yesterday in the loss, Gavin Black comes in. Wareham only down by 2 runs in that 8th inning against YD. Came in, 4-pitch walk first batter, hit by pitch second batter, and then another 4-pitch walk. Loaded the bases with nobody out. Black comes out of the game, and it was at that point all but over. Wareham in a much tougher position to, try and come back from what could have been just 2 runs, extended all the way out to 6.
Yeah, at this point, especially having almost scored a couple that last inning, just couldn't capitalize with runners on at base. The fact that this is a 2-run deficit is more than doable. It could start to get out of hand quickly, though, if Rudson can't find the zone.
Duggar lays down a bunt, back to Rowan. Difficulty fielding, fires a fastball over to first and gets the out. Garza over to second, lead runner in scoring position for Orleans. To bring up Covarrubias, he's 0 for 2 with a walk today.
And when you're a pitcher who is struggling to find the strike zone in Rowan, I think that's where you will take that sacrifice bunt, even with the runner moving up 90 feet. You get an out of that. It was a well-located pitch, so hopefully the mound visit from Lukes settles Rowan down on the mound.
First pitch cut on and missed from Covarrubias. Big hack there.
And you see it. When he locates that fastball, it's tough for hitters to catch up to, pick up some of the spin as well. So as long as that fastball is around the zone and is a competitive pitch, Rowan, the potential to succeed.
Another big hack there from Covarrubias. Quickly down 0-2. The draft-eligible second baseman for Orleans. Rowan looks back, now heads home, misses upstairs.
And again, what happens when you have pitchers, you were talking about it, Josh, you can't really find the strike zone. It puts more and more stress on the bullpen because you have to cycle through a lot of arms. The Gatemen have an off day tomorrow, so not as big of a worry as it would be normally.
1-2, chopped foul off of Covarrubias.
But again, you don't want to have to burn more arms than would otherwise be necessary. So
the more rest, the better.
The more rest, the better. The more you're in the strike zone, the less likely we're going to see extra arms come into this game. And again, the assignment for Rowan is right now, keep the deficit right where it is, That became a challenge late in the game against YD yesterday. The Gatemen bats have been hot again tonight, although I do think if they drop this game, we go back to that 6th inning where they had runners on the corners, just one away for the heart of their order and didn't score as a potential difference maker.
Rowan, the 5th pitcher into this game for Wareham tonight. Delivers his 1-2, breaking ball, just foul. So it looks like they're going to call that a drop third as it hit off of Clark's glove. From this vantage point, Cory, it seemed like Covarrubias hit that off of the edge of his bat and drifted into foul territory. Now Garza moves over to third. Rowan gets that second out.
Yeah, the angle at which that ball kind of hit off of the glove combined with the timing of that swing, it really looked like he got a piece of that ball. But listen, Rowan and the Gatemen will take that. Credit Clark for having the awareness to stay with that and throwing the runner and Covarrubias out at first.
Goes down as a drop third strike. So now Jaden Baston in to pinch hit for Javar Williams, replacing him in center field as well. Seeing Orleans start to unload the bench here. Get some guys some more reps, has that 2-run lead. First pitch misses outside from Rowan. Big run on the mound. Certainly trying to deliver a high-velocity fastball.
Yeah, you're really seeing Orleans try and eliminate any platoon advantage lefty-on-lefty matchup and make things as difficult for Rowan as possible.
1-0. Fastball can't find the outside corner. 2-0.
And this is where fastball location is so important. A guy who hasn't gotten any at-bats tonight comes in facing a fireball throwing lefty. Get it around the plate. The fastball is really effective when located well.
2-0. That fastball hits the corner. 2 balls and a strike from Hudson Rowan. Definitely a disappointing outing from Jacob Faulkner in just terms of how long he went in this game. Just a third of an inning. Had just 8 pitches. Campbell 26, Stevens 44. Mayfield, of course, started off 66. 2-1, swing and a miss.
Yeah, interesting that we didn't see him in for more, obviously just a third of an inning. Probably had more in the tank, but listen, a run came in to score, but he did his job, got out of the frame without allowing any more damage.
4-5-6 due up for the Gatemen in the home half. Garza on third, Orleans threatening. 2-2, breaking pitch, got him looking. Rowan retires this side. Nobody comes around for Orleans, and the deficit stays at 2 for the Gatemen as we get ready to stretch heading into the home half of the 7th on Cape League TV.
Finding a good personal injury attorney is very difficult. If you or a family member has been involved in an accident, hurt at work, suffered a slip and fall, or have been injured due to negligence of someone else, contact the lawyers at Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. They are experienced trial attorneys who practice in all of the courts in the Commonwealth. The firm has been recognized by Best Lawyers in America for outstanding legal representation. Contact Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. The firm is located at 267 Main Street in Wareham. Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP also has offices in New Bedford and Falmouth. Call 508-295-0286 or visit their website, www.rkm-law.com.
Four, 5, 6 in the Gatemen order. Richie Yost McDonald, 7-5 lead for Orleans. Ryan Oshinsky back on the mound. Just the third pitcher in for Orleans, and since Oshinsky has entered, really shut down a Gateman offense that was lights out through the first 5 innings.
And he escaped trouble in a really tough situation with runners on the corners. He got Daly to pop to second and got Clark to strike out. It's not often that you have 2 Gateman runners on base with 2 of their best hitters, 2 of their hottest hitters up at the plate, that you're going to escape that inning unscathed. But he did. Credit to Oshinsky. You're the Gateman, I think, at this point in the 7th, at least get 1 back here. This is not a game that you really want to lose whatsoever, up 5-0 through the early part.
Garza replaces Salinas at third. Bastian does the same for Williams in center. Elsewhere, everything remains the same for Orleans defensively. No pinch hitters yet into the game for Wareham. 0-1, cut on and missed. Richie quickly behind, had that 2 RBI double back in the first. That was off of Williams' glove. Since then, retired twice. Another cut on and missed. And down goes Richie. 3 fastballs fools the outfielder, and Oshinsky just keeps on rolling here in the 7th.
With the exception of Gargett and Randall, a lot of these hitters have just had kind of a difficult time picking up the baseball out of the hand from Oshinsky. He's mixed and matched with the fastball and breaking ball, has located them really well, not giving guys any free passes.
Yost up to the plate. First pitch to him. Breaking ball, down the middle. Yost had a single back in the 4th. Led off that inning with that. That was part of 3 runs that came around to score for Wareham. Another breaking ball finds the outside corner.
Locating that perfectly. Tough for a hitter to time up on the outer part of the plate and have to go the other way. The Gatemen could really use a base runner right now.
0-2. Swung on and missed. Yost down on strikes. 2 batters, 2 strikeouts for Ryan Oshinsky. And Orleans nearing a spot to head back into the top of the 8th and extend the lead once again.
2 really great changeups, well-located changeups that Oshinsky dotted on the outer part of the plate, comes back in with the fastball, changing up the timing on Yost.
McDonald trying to have a little bit of different luck. First pitch misses low. When you can get this type of outing from the 3rd guy out of your bullpen, Oshinsky now nearing 3 innings of action, would be the same amount that Braden Krenzel went to start off the game. It's always a good sign when you have that and a scoreless outing you can tie next to it. 1-0. Fastball top of the zone.
Yeah, and he's given his team a chance to come back and go ahead and win this game. Sometimes that doesn't happen, especially down by 5, but look what happened. They strung together 2 really good innings offensively, and they have taken the lead. Oshinsky really made that possible.
2-0, misses in the dirt. And now McDonald ahead quickly. Drew a walk back in the 4th. That put 2 on and nobody out with Mac Rose up to bat. Delivered a sacrifice bunt. Bad throw from Krenzel. Pitch misses all the way upstairs. Count now 3-1.
That's the first kind of really bad miss that we've seen from Oshinsky. Looks like he just lost his grip a little bit on a breaking ball. And now McDonald an opportunity to get on base and bring the tying run up to the plate.
Fastball takes it low, and McDonald works a 2-out walk.
Really good at bat from McDonald, especially on that last pitch. Aware that a base runner here perhaps is even more important than just clobbering one for a home run. Keeping the inning alive down by 2 would be such a big spot for Mac Rose to come through. The early season struggles, he's been on base once tonight.
I was going to say, if there was ever a time, Cory, it's now. Oshinsky deals, breaking pitch, misses outside.
McDonald, obviously, bigger player, maybe not the speed of Yost or Gargett. So if you're Rose, probably would have to put one right down the line, maybe in the gaps to plate him. But with 2 outs, McDonald would be running on contact. I think right now the conversation on the mound is just getting Oshinsky back around the plate after those first 2 strikeouts. Has kind of lost control a bit here as that pitch count continues to tick up.
And a quick meeting. So really just talking strategy, get him calmed down, maybe a few extra seconds. Of course, the pitch clock. But for Rose, someone that struggled so early in this season for Wareham, had such a productive season this past year collegiately for Vanderbilt. Ahead 1-0, cuts on a fastball and misses.
And at the very least, the mentality has to be next man up, because even if you draw a walk or don't even drive in McDonald, you have Gargett on deck, who is one of your hottest hitters. And that line drive base hit off of Oshinsky last time up, he's hitting .375. Should just keep things moving at the very least.
1-1, cut on and missed from Rose. From March 14th to April 22nd, Rose reached base safely in 22 straight games for Vandy. Someone that his head coach Tim Corbin can say drives a baseball to all parts of the field. He's a team player trying to come through for the Gatemen here. 1-2, fastball, got him looking. All 3 outs come via the K, and Ryan Oshinsky exits the 7th with a 2-run cushion. Top of the 8th coming up here from Spillane Field, and Orleans tries to tack on a few more on Cape League TV.
At the Mass State Lottery, we know there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. Now that's how we all win. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of win.
Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen!
You can dream it. If you can cruise in it, if you can summer in it, fish from it, or take it for a day at the beach, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible.
Top of the Orleans lineup here in the 8th. Nixon, O'Shaughnessy, Crossland. Cory, this is a spot now where the Gatemen have to, start to figure things out, on the pitching side of it. Offensively, only scoring the 5 runs. Someone sitting today that got to see some action over the last few days, Chase Cruson. He got to play golf on the off day, and now he's a pretty good golfer himself.
He is not just a good golfer, but also has a YouTube channel dedicated to golf content. We've seen the rise in sort of content creators in terms of golfers. But Common Club Golf, the name of their YouTube channel, they posted a lot of stuff over the past couple of years. Founded back in 2021. Their past few videos, playing golf with a hot sauce punishment. They played dressed up as some of the characters from Super Mario on the golf course, and obviously a bit more difficult for him to post content now playing up here on the Cape. But they've had some success. They've surpassed over 800,000 views, 900 followers across all their platforms. And a golf channel and a golf kind of content series that began by Chase and 3 other players in Pittsburgh summer of 2021.
0-2 to Nixon is fouled off. That's got to be so much fun, just getting to play golf, content create, YouTube golf. I'm sure he takes a lot of motivation and, expertise from, some of the bigger channels. Good. Grant Horvat, pitch misses upstairs.
Yeah, and we've seen, again, a rise in these sort of content creators, but I think really what I appreciate about that, you have a really talented collegiate baseball player who's really diversifying the content. So it is stuff that is new. They have a podcast too. They were talking about the Ryder Cup the other day or a couple weeks ago. So it's something new. It's really great content, worth the follow, worth the views.
Nixon goes down on strikes. And if they can keep raising, that brand up, not a whole lot of followers now, but, if they really want to, keep trying to build that up, NIL certainly makes it possible to make revenue off of that now. Money off of your image and likeness. Here's O'Shaughnessy. Walked his last 2 at-bats. First pitch from Rowan. Lefty on lefty is fouled into the netting for an 0-1.
Yeah, I'd love to see Cruz and his swing and how it compares to some of the other guys on the Gatemen. You talked about they were golfing on the off day. We weren't there, Josh, but between Appleby, some of the other players, would love to see, especially some of these hitters. For me, as a former baseball player, the golf swing, the baseball swing didn't always line up, but cool to see the balance.
0-1, breaking pitch misses outside. From the baseball players that I've played golf with, it seems like, it's always just a slice. You're coming over the ball.
That was the issue for me, too.
I didn't play baseball. I just tend to hook it a lot. 1-1. O'Shaughnessy loops that one into shallow center. Yost under it, and he makes the grab.
Look, for a second like that ball might drop down in front of Yost. Read it well off of the bat. Got enough of the barrel to where it hung up enough and didn't drop down in front of him. And a good start to the inning for Rowan. He's been right around the plate, especially with that fastball early in counts to produce 2 outs here in the 8th.
On a colder night, that ball might die a little bit into, the more shallow area in center field, but 80 degrees here at 8:41 p.m. Wednesday, June 25th. That one hung up just enough for Yost to get underneath it. Rowan's 0-1 to Crossland. Misses outside. One lined into left center. Drifting back and making the grab is Mac Rose. And that retires the side. 3 up, 3 down in the 8th. Hudson Rowan holds on, and the Gatemen trying to tack on a few more, tie or take the lead. 6 outs to play here in the home half. 7-5 lead for Orleans on Cape League TV.
Law. Live, life, law. Covering all residential and commercial real estate matters. You live life to the fullest, and let us Sync Law. That's synclaw.com. Sync with an I, not a Y. Be selfish. We represent only you.
A+ repairs smartphones, tablets, game consoles, and computers. Get it done right the first time.
As the sponsor of tonight's game, PCT Federal Credit Union is proud to root for the home team. We're thrilled to offer great rates on auto loans, home equity lines of credit, and so much more. Visit us on Cranberry Highway in West Wareham. For a good piece of glass, call Abby, located at 3 Tyler Ave in East Wareham. Call Abby Glass and Locks about getting a free quote for your windows, doors, locks, and other glass needs.
You can make any bat feel lighter by adding a velo puck knob. Instead of having to go get a whole entirely new bat, you can simply add the puck to it. Players can use this with any bat. It's basically going to shift the weight of the bat a little bit more towards the hands. Players are able to hit the ball a lot harder just by simply adding the puck on.
Ryan Oshinsky dealt for the last 3 innings for Orleans. That's why the Firebirds hold a 7-5 lead over the Gatemen. Bottom of the 8th coming up. It'll be 8-9-1 in the Wareham order. And now replacing the righty will be another from the same Arn side in Mason Cook.
Mason Cook from Auburn, 6'1" righty. Bit of a funky delivery. But again, his assignment's going to be roughly the same, bottom of the 8th. Being conscious of the fact that these Gatemen hitters like to attack early in counts when they're swinging the bat. Can he locate early on, make some good pitches, and limit the traffic on the base pass with his squad up by 2?
Firebirds rotation tonight. Krenzel went 3 innings, gave up 5 runs, 4 of them earned. Hart followed it up with a scoreless 4th. Oshinsky, 3 scoreless innings to follow. And now Cook in and delivers his first pitch in for a strike on Caius Gargett.
And this first at-bat to Gargett's really important because, again, he is swinging a hot bat, but at the same time, how fast he is on the base pass. Try and get him out right away.
Cook deals. Fastball in the zone for strike 2. Gargett quickly behind, and that's been kind of how Orleans has made their money on the mound today, Cory, ever since that 4th inning, just attacking these Gatemen hitters, really forcing them to swing the bat to beat you. 0-2. Breaking pitch outside.
Yeah, early on in this game, this Gateman offense connecting on a lot of pitches early in counts and fighting off, protecting when they had 2 strikes. That's become more challenging later in this game against the Firebirds bullpen.
Gargett takes the 1-2 for a strikeout looking. Caught the inside corner. And a quick K for Mason Cook to start off this 8th inning.
Yeah, Gargett, you could kind of tell, never had any intentions of swinging at that pitch. Definitely thought it was in right there. A big out for the Firebirds and Cook to keep Gargett off of the base pass.
Good frame from Cashel Duggar. Certainly doing his pitcher some favors. Definitely on the corner. And made it a lot more callable for the home plate umpire, Pablo Bustamante. One-0 to Stripling. Misses downstairs. He's 1 for 3 today with an RBI back in the 4th. Stripling up to 133 this year. Trying to raise it even higher. Came in at .083. Had just the 1 hit earlier this season. That was against Harwich. Ahead on Cook 3-0. Fastball upstairs, top corner of the zone for strike 1.
Yeah, again, the assignment's the same as Gargett. Get on base, especially now at the top of the order, and Braden Randall on deck.
Back-to-back singles for Randall as well.
Yeah, base hit, ball 4, doesn't matter. Get on base to bring up the tie and run.
3-1. In the air, into center. Bastian getting his first look defensively, and he makes the grab. Stripling got good wood on it, but right to Bastian in center.
Similar pitch to what we saw on 3-0, elevated fastball. Stripling able to time it up pretty well. Just can be tough to square up top of the zone. A little underneath it for out number 2.
Randall up in the 8th, 2 outs, nobody on. Fouls that one straight back. If Randall reaches, Daly will come up, representing the tying run. If not, he'll lead off the 9th. 7-5, Firebirds lead. All 7 runs coming across the 5th and 6th innings. 0-1, line foul, and now Randall behind 0-2.
Couple of foul balls straight back. Looks like he's timing these pitches up from Cook pretty well, just missing them by a hair. But even with 2 strikes, we saw that last at bat. Randall is still a very dangerous hitter. Just shortens up the approach, the swing to get on base.
His batting average now all the way up to .320 this year. Part of a great 4-game stretch. Shattered bat, flare, over into the infield, and Ickes makes the play. End of 8, top of 9, coming up Orleans with a 7-5 lead, trying to add some more insurance right here on Cape League TV.
Wareham-based AD Makepeace Company, founded in 1854, is North America's largest cranberry grower and recognized leader in environmentally responsible real estate development and land stewardship. For 171 years, AD Makepeace Company has supported community events and organizations like your Wareham Gatemen. Visit admakepeace.com to learn more.
Legacy Insurance has been servicing Wareham and the surrounding areas since 1980. Call Legacy Insurance for all your insurance needs at 508-295-1315. Legacy Insurance, your hometown agency. Sports Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gate!
This broadcast is a copyrighted production of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Any unauthorized duplication, retransmission, or other use is strictly prohibited. Top of the ninth, and Hudson Rowan remains on the mound. That'll be 4, 5, 6 in the Firebirds order. Levy, Ickes, and Garza. Late stages in this one, we'll take a look at what else is going on across Cape Cod. Chatham came back to tie Katuitt. No, yes, or yes, there are ties in baseball. Falmouth 5-3 lead over Bourne. Last half of that one. Brewster up 5-1 on the Harbor Hawks. That's a battle of what was two first-place teams. Brewster now slips down. And now in first place in the East Division, YD tied with Harwich 1-1.
Yeah, battle of two really good pitching staffs between YD and Harwich, and then if you're the Gatemen, like to see the fact that the two teams directly ahead of you in the standings in Hyannis and Bourne, both trailing here tonight.
Levy cuts and misses. Yeah, obviously, definitely a game that Wareham's going to look back on if they can't close it out and come back for a walk-off in the bottom of the ninth and say, we're up 5-0, we should have had that one, but if the two teams ahead of you both can't come through, it'd be a little bit easier to swallow.
Yeah, especially since, again, the runs to Campbell and Faulkner went unearned. You had the error at shortstop by Randall. Tough play. He's a really good defender, but tough to lose that game as we saw against Harwich when unearned runs are coming in to score in a close game, but that's often going to be the difference maker. The Gatemen capitalized early on a couple of miscues defensively by the Firebirds, and they returned suit, scoring on errors themselves.
But it's such a short season, too, Cory. This is the 10th game, officially the quarter point. Levy goes down to now a payoff coming up. Big hack there. But at some point, all of these games really do have to start mattering. 3-2, misses outside. Full count walk from Rowan. Levy on to start the inning.
And it really is a shame because the Gatemen have played the past 3 games, 2 of which now they come on the losing end. But against Harwich, we're in it, lost on the walk-off. Yesterday, they held the lead a couple of different times against YD. YD and Harwich, 2 good teams early on this season. Now here tonight, you're up 5-0. So clearly the execution has been there. Again, it's just frustrating when you give up a lead or can't fight all the way back. But they've certainly been in these games, and these are close contests they're losing.
Hudson Rowan's day done. New arm coming in for Wareham. And with that, we'll take a quick break here on Cape League TV. Orleans with a runaround and nobody out, 7-5 lead from Spillane Field.
Finding a good personal injury attorney is very difficult. If you or a family member has been involved in an accident, hurt at work, suffered a slip and fall, or have been injured due to negligence of someone else, contact the lawyers at Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. They are experienced trial attorneys who practice in all of the courts in the Commonwealth. The firm has been recognized by Best Lawyers in America for outstanding legal representation. Contact Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. The firm is located at 267 Main Street in Wareham. Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP also has offices in New Bedford and Falmouth. Call 508-295-0286 or visit their website www.rkm-law.com.
When it comes to protecting your home, car, or business, trust the team that's been covering our community for generations. For personalized coverage and service that you can count on, the choice is easy. It's Morse, of course. Visit morseins.com today.
There's been a ton of training when it comes to bat speed or products for players to be able to train bat speed. You you can improve your bat speed and reach your goals working 10 to 15 minutes a day on this a couple of times a week, that's a no-brainer for every player.
If you can dream it, if you can cruise in it, if you can summer in it, fish from it, or take it for a day at the beach, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible.
Hudson Rowan out. His day is done after 2 innings, struck out 3 batters. Runner on first. It was a walk to Robbie Levy. Now pinch running for him, Jordan Taylor. So if Taylor can come around and score, that would be charged to Rowan. Into the game now, the 6'7" right-hander, Caleb Appleby. Big lead for Taylor. Appleby checks over quickly. A good grab from Daly.
Appleby's been great this summer, really appearing in some close games for the Gatemen, especially when they have the lead, a 1.17 ERA, 7 2/3 innings pitched. So you've seen him a lot out of the bullpen, been really effective. That's why he's in right now, trying to, again, keep the deficit where it is.
Pitch misses upstairs to Ekus. This is Appleby's 4th appearance of the season. His last 2, he went 3 innings, so can certainly stretch when Wareham needs him to. Given up just 1 earned run all summer. That was back on Saturday in the 4-1 win to Falmouth. Another check over. He's in safely.
And give Hudson Rowan credit, went 2 strong innings, couple of walks, but 3 strikeouts, no earned runs. He did a great job in keeping the deficit right where it was. Give way to Appleby. We've seen a lot of bullpen arms used today, but again, day off tomorrow, so really you can empty the tank if you're the Gatemen.
1-0 misses, and that will prompt a half-hearted walk across home plate for Levi Clark. Appleby trying to settle back down here. Big spot. You mentioned a good outing for Rowan, Cory. One of the first times that we've seen him really in a high-leverage spot. Those first 2 appearances of the season for him came when the games are already out of reach. The loss to Hyannis opening day, loss to Chatham. Now a pitch clock violation. That will add another ball to the tally. So a 3-0 count now for Appleby. Rowan pitched in a big spot. Held Orleans scoreless through 2+. Taylor on first. Appleby delivers. 2-0. Misses outside.
Yeah, back to that Rowan point. He showed you that, A, he could handle a bigger pressure-packed situation, and B, he can make adjustments on the fly. A couple of times where there were some wild pitches, but again, adjusted quickly, really was around the zone. The fastball and breaking ball looked great, and he did a great job tonight.
Appleby hasn't been around the zone so far in the 9th. Now 3-0, fastball inside corner for strike 1. Big pitch to try and start to fight back in this at-bat.
Absolutely. The command really has not been an issue at all for Appleby so far this summer. So interesting to see the 3-0 count. He locates well, is really tough to hit.
(3-1) lined into left field, down foul. Just left of the line, Cory. That was close. The Orleans dugout campaigning that landed on the right side of the paint.
Yeah, you can take a deep breath if you're the Gatemen right now. Really close call. A little tougher to judge all the way down the line. A little bit less light in the corner there. But now if you're Appleby, live to see another pitch there. That would have been extra bases, but now you've worked it back. You battled back from 3-0 to 3-2. Let's see your best pitch here to get the first out of the inning.
Ekus at the plate. Taylor on first. Check back over once again, and Taylor's in safely. Garza stands on deck. Pinch hit for Tristan Salinas. Now another check, and in safely is Taylor. At some point, you just got to deliver it home on the payoff.
Yeah, I think he's aware that Stevens has gotten some pretty big leads on it first, so he's aware of that and trying to just set it out of your mind.
Delivers, runner goes, and it pitches upstairs anyway. Hard slide into second base from Taylor. Showing off the athleticism over at the bag. Didn't matter in the slightest.
Yeah, you could just see that steal coming. The leads he'd been able to get off of Appleby while maintaining the confidence that he would be able to dive back safely on the pickoff attempts. He had been able to time the delivery up really well, and now this is where it gets dangerous, already down by 2. Another couple runs might put this game out of reach. You got to bear down on the mound if you're Appleby. Try and work out of trouble.
First pitch to Garza. Sack bunt down the line, and Clark has no play at the bag. Daly rolled in. Gargett had to try and cover, but by that point it was far too late. And that'll bring up Duggar with the bases loaded and nobody out. Such a similar spot to what happened in the bottom of the 8th yesterday. Wareham down by just 2. That was 9-7. Walk, hit by pitch, walk. Bases loaded, nobody out. Inning sort of unraveled from there. It's almost deja vu, Cory.
Whole infield in here. So again, they're trying to prevent deja vu here. We'll try and cut down a runner at the plate.
Big hack and a miss from Duggar. Infield is in. Nobody out in the 9th. 7-5 lead for Orleans. Back in the 4th, Wareham had a 5-0 lead, Cory. 7 unanswered runs from the Firebirds. Appleby delivers his 0-1. Fastball outside corner, strike 2.
And this is where it's a shame you at least couldn't get one out on that bunt by Garza. Really perfectly placed. Couldn't ask for a better placement on it. But again, with Appleby's ability to strike hitters out, even with second and third, could come away with the strikeout here. But either way, you have to bear down in a really big spot right now.
Appleby, the 6th pitcher into the game for Wareham. Cut on and missed. Duggar went down chasing the breaking ball. A huge unproductive out for Caleb Appleby here in the 9th with the bases loaded.
Huge. You have the count 0-2. Beautiful job. Pitch handling away from Duggar. No chance to hit it. 3 pitches located perfectly. See you later. And again, an opportunity now to turn a double play. Middle infield at half depth.
Good recovery from Clark there to hold on to that one.
Yeah, obviously you have to be really conscious of not throwing a wild pitch here, but if anything is somewhat erratic, if you're Clark, just keeping it in front of you. Again, it's a shorter backstop here at Spillane Field, but again, wild pitch still presents an opportunity for a run to score.
1-0, 1 out. Appleby delivers. Broken bat over to third. Home for 1, and that'll be the only play. Cory, I don't know if that bat broke or if that just flailed out of the hands.
You see Randall with the loose shrapnel right there. Either way, it's a great play from
that bat
Stripling.
Shattered. There was so much that tallied over that.
You're worried about the shrapnel. It's off the corner of your eye, but to maintain the focus on the ground ball, not worry about the shrapnel of the broken bat. And now Appleby is just 1 out away from getting out of this. Would be huge momentum for the Gatemen.
Bases loaded, nobody out. Now bases loaded, 2 outs. 7-5 lead for Orleans. First pitch misses outside, dropped by Clark, and delivers home. Count 1-0. Jaden Bastian struck out looking back in the 7th. Came in as a pinch hitter. His second at bat. Lines one shallow into right field, drifting under it and making a diving catch. What a huge play from Colin Ritchie in right. Stops some more Orleans runs and keeps the deficit at just 2 heading into the home half of the 9th. Wareham a chance to tie it, walk it off. Only one way to find out right here on Cape League TV.
You can make any bat feel lighter by adding a velo puck knob. Instead of having to go get a whole entirely new bat, you can simply add the puck to it. Players can use this with any bat. It's basically going to shift the weight of the bat a little bit more towards the hands. Players are able to hit the ball a lot harder just by simply adding the puck on.
Law. Live, life, law. Covering all residential and commercial real estate matters. You live life to the fullest and let us sync law. That's synclaw.com. Sync with an I, not a Y. Be selfish. We represent only you.
A+ repairs smartphones, tablets, game consoles, and computers. Get it done right the first time.
As the sponsor of tonight's game, PCT Federal Credit Union is proud to root for the home team. We're thrilled to offer great rates on auto loans, home equity lines of credit, and so much more. Visit us on Cranberry Highway in West Wareham. For a good piece of glass, call Abby, located at 3 Tyler Ave in East Wareham. Call Abby Glass and Locks about getting a free quote for your windows, doors, locks, and other glass needs.
Bottom of the 9th, do or die. 7-5 lead for Orleans. Wareham trying to claw back into this one. And to do it, it'll be the heart of this Gatemen order. 2-3-4, Daly, Clark, Ritchie.
They have the momentum, it would seem like, on their side. Bases loaded, no one out. Applebay comes through on the mound. A great, possibly game-saving catch out in right field to get out of the bases loaded jam. You have the heart of the order due up. If you're Daly, we've seen the ability to get on base, bring the tying run up to the plate. At the very least, we'll see if he can do that right now.
And with 2 lefties up to bat, Orleans elects to do the same on the mound. Colt Triba into the game. Southpaw rising junior from UC Santa Barbara.
Second game of the summer. 2 innings pitched in his last game. No earned runs. 30 pitches he threw. And you got the lefty-on-lefty matchup.
0-1 to Daly, chopped back over to Triba. Fields it through his legs. Daly in safely to first. Garza tried to make a charging play, but too little, too late. And the tying run steps up to bat, represented in Levi Clark.
Now you get that lefty-on-righty matchup. Again, a tough play for a lefty pitcher because he would have had to turn and throw. Probably already thinking a little bit about that throw was try, but once it got past him, no chance for Garza to throw Daly out.
First pitch to Clark. Breaking ball that finds the bottom of the zone. Cory, this is a game. Wareham leads 5-0. You give up 7 unanswered runs. And at this point, it just kind of feels like, if Wareham can't come through, it's like a lemon. It leaves a sour taste in your mouth.
Like a lemon, huh?
Yeah, like a lemon. It leaves,
sounds like a Mike Mobbsism.
Yeah, it's definitely something. He has a few others that he likes to talk about, and, we can get to that a little bit later. Clark fouls that one off, now behind 0-2.
Yeah, so if you're Clark right here, again, a home run would be great, obviously, but you don't need to just leave the yard. Look at how much room he has on the right side of the infield. Try and put it in play, go the other way. Again, keep the rally going.
He's already gone oppo earlier. 0-2 misses downstairs, 1-2.
And again, he's really been conscious in terms of his approach. We've seen that on the foul balls. He's thinking opposite field, especially with 2 strikes now. Tribe is going to try and make it really tough for him.
Clark sends it into center field. Bastian takes a few steps over to his left and makes the grab.
Pinch hitting for the Gatemen, number 14, Colby Turner from Michigan.
So instead of going lefty on lefty, Ryan Smythe elects to move to a platoon advantage. Colin Ritchie out. Colby Turner in, the infielder from Michigan.
And why not get that
What do you have to
platoon
lose
advantage?
at this point?
You know, Turner had a really great start to the summer, has shown up in some big spots, had a sac fly against Harwich to tie the game up, all the way back to Katuitt, had that big go-ahead base hit.
First pitch runs a bit far inside, 1-0. He had a single back in the 3rd inning yesterday in the loss to YD. He ended up coming around to score.
They're really shifting him, too. Covarrubias just a little bit to the right of the bag.
1-0, fouled off. You can just go the opposite way with it. The gap is so big, if Daly can get a good read on it, he might be over to third base by the time that gets cut off in right field by Crossland. 1-1, 1 out. Delivery to Turner is fouled off.
And so, again, I think if you can get Turner on base, that's where the pressure gets on Tribe, because you have the tying run on base now. They're not even really holding Daly on at first. I think that's a function of the fact that that run really doesn't matter, creates less room on that right side as well.
1-2, chopped up the middle. This could be it. Flip to second for 1, over to first, in time to get him. 4-6-3 double play ends the game for the Gatemen, and Orleans comes back from 5-0 down and steals one out of Wareham's hands in a 7-5 win for the Firebirds.
What an effort by Orleans. You said it, down 5-0. Just showing no quit on the offensive end. This game could have been done after 5 innings. The Gatemen scoring 2 in the first, 3 in the fourth, but then the 7 unanswered runs by their Firebirds, and their bullpen, especially the back half of their bullpen, just shut this Wareham offense down. A tough game to lose if you're the Gatemen. You felt really good about things early on. Now all of a sudden you've lost 3 straight games.
Walk-off loss to Harwich over at White House Field. Yesterday, 13-7 loss to YD, an offensive outburst from the Red Sox. And now today, have a lead, blow it in the mid-stages of this one, 7-5 to Orleans. The good news, flush it. You have an off day tomorrow, league-wide. Get back in action. A battle against Brewster on Friday from Stony Brook Field.
And again, like we talked about with yesterday's game, there are still positives. It's not like during the 3-game losing streak to open the season where there really was no offense whatsoever. There was offense here today. They jumped out to a 5-0 lead. Obviously no runs after the 4th inning. But again, they were in this game start to finish. Just couldn't play all 9 innings. The pitching was there too through most of the game with the exception of the 5th and the 6th inning. So again, still plenty of positives to take from this one. You're playing good baseball. Just need to do it through all 9 innings to come on the winning side of some of these games.
Wareham drops to 4-6 on the season. That battle against Brewster coming at 5 o'clock on Friday. You can listen into First Pitch on Cape League TV as well as YouTube, and that will conclude our coverage here tonight. For Cory Miller, our sideline reporter Rayna Maggelet, our producers Chuck Luarasi and Abby Smith, I'm Josh Richardson. The Gatemen dropped this one 7-5 after a 5-run lead through the first half.